Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
I will want to defer that petition, so you can move to the next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chair delegated legislation and standing committee on finance and budget. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 5th November 2019. The joint report of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation, the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, on the consideration of the Public Finance Management National Government Amendment Regulations 2019, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, October 16th, 2019. Thank you, Speaker.
Next order. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 5th November 2019. 1, the 2019 Budget Review, an outlook paper for the financial year 2020-2021 and medium-term budget. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Turkana County Emergency Fund for the year ended 30 June 2018. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Siaya County Assembly, Car Loan and Mortgage Fund for the year ended 30 June 2018, and report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Nandi County Assembly Scheme Fund, Car Loans and Mortgage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next paper, Chairman Dr. Lagarde.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 5th November 2019. It is on report of the Standing Committee on the National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration, the visit to the East African Community organs and institutions from 18th to 30th August 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Yes, Chair. Delegated. Who is that? Yeah.
Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice the motion that this House adopts the joint report of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation and the Standing Committee on Finance Budget on the consideration of the Public Finance Management National Government Amendment Regulations 2019, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, October 16, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 211, 1A of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 205, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act and the Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act approves the amendments to the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015 Principal Regulations as effected through the legal notice number 155 of 26 September 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Senator Turkana County. Okay, Senator Cherargei. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on the issue of reintroduction of new speed governance for public transport vehicles. In the statement, the committee should explain why the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, is forcing public service vehicles to change their speed governors after every 2 years. Secondly, explain the justification by the NTSA of introducing new features on speed governance. Number 3, explain why the authority, the NTSA, National Transport and Safety Authority, has not inspected the existing speed governors before advising the public service vehicles to buy new ones. 4, provide a list of suppliers of the approved speed governors in Kenya. 5, explain why the suppliers in cahoots with NTSA extort funds from matatu owners by setting up a standard price of between 30,000 Kenyan shillings to 40,000 Kenyan shillings per speed governor. And 6, explain why the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works has not set and gazetted the requirements, standards and features required for a speed governor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Moses Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to join the Senator for Nandi in the statement that he has sought. Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, I saw some elderly woman from Nyeri on TV crying tears because of the issue of speed governors. She said, Mr. Speaker, that every about 18 to 24 months, they are forced to buy new speed governors at a cost of 40,000, which is just about the profit they make from the matatus they run. And she was asking, Mr. Speaker, and I quote her, what is the lifespan of a speed governor once installed in your car? Does NTSA have a responsibility for routine check to see if the speed governors are working? And more importantly, why is the provision of speed governors a controlled business by a certain cartels in the country? So that statement is very important, Mr. Speaker, because if we want to create wealth and employment, we can't allow cartels to milk dry the very informal sector that we're trying to help to boost the economy in the country, Mr. Speaker. And I would want to see that the chairman of transport brings a comprehensive statement to see how to help our citizens in the informal sector, namely the matatus. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there is no evidence proven that the bulk of the accidents on our roads are because of speed. It's because of just recklessness, not caring, improper training, and above all, the police not doing their job in managing the road sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mary Yane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to add my voice on this very, very important statement. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish we were contributing to this statement in the presence of the chairman of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Mr. Speaker, why I'm saying this is because there are several statements, many important statements that have been brought to this House by members concerning the Committee of Transport and Infrastructure, the ministry policies, and several other issues arising from issues of road users. Mr. Speaker, the ministry every other day is coming up with a policy which are not, the policies are not, Mr. Speaker, protect me.
Senator Moranga, you are causing a lot of disturbance.
Thank you for your protection. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a very important issue here. The Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure every day comes up with a new policy. And every day road users are, every other day when they are going to their businesses, they come across roadblocks, they come across police on the way, stopping you, introducing new policies every day. I wish the committee, through the statement seeker, could really summon the CS to come and explain to this House these many policies that are being implemented by NTSA. Mr. Speaker, every other day we have accidents on the roads. The Ministry of Transport have left the Ministry Affairs to the administration. In fact, the Ministry of Interior is on the roads controlling issues of transport rather than the Ministry of Transport itself. The only thing we see the Ministry of Transport doing is the NTSA part, stopping road users anyhowly. And if it happens that there is a car that has gotten an accident on Mombasa Road, every road user come to a standstill. You don't go to work that day because everybody is helpless. And the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure is just looking helpless, apart from enforcing some policies like those seat belts in the matatu sector, enforcing them to forcing them to buy new ones which are not even inspected, which are not even standard, just because somebody is running a business. So I support this statement, and I wish the chairman could bring to this House a satisfactory response to this statement. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Musurve, let's consult in low tones, honorable senators. Senator Kakamega. You are off mic, Senator Musurve. Okay. Let's hold on. Okay, just be patient, Senator Musurve. Okay, order members, order Senator Kericho and Bomet. I know you are neighbors.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. And I want to support Senator Cheregai.
Order members. I don't know what is causing this excitement. Proceed, Senator Musurve. Let's consult in low tones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to support Senator Cheregai for coming up with this important statement. And Mr. Speaker, this is a statement that should not be taken for granted, because when it comes to NTSA, it is actually supposed to work for Kenyans. It is supposed to even help in stopping road accidents. And Mr. Speaker, there are quite a number of people who lose their lives on the road. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there's a reason why we have road governors. We have speed governors, Mr. Speaker. And most important, speed governors are supposed to protect the engine of the vehicle. Because, Mr. Speaker, if a vehicle goes very fast, then it means that if the speed is so high, the engine will be affected.
Order members. Order. Can you take your seats, please? Honorable members. Senator Kericho, what is happening today? Okay, Senator Musurve, let's consult in lot of.
So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that when the vehicle is on very high speed, actually it affects the engine, and it also affects the lifespan of the engine. So the governors come in to support, the lifespan of the engine, and it is not really a cause of high speeding. May not be a real cause of road accidents, because there are so many reasons why road accidents happen, Mr. Speaker, and there's need to investigate the causes of road accidents and see how to arrest that. So there's need for NTSA to ensure that it is serving Kenyans and it is not a commercial entity, Mr. Speaker. There's need to have a standard way or a standard limit for the speed for vehicles on the roads, and this speed should be predictable. We should not have NTSA saying 80 kilometers per hour today, tomorrow they say 120, another day they say, NTSA needs to be reliable, Mr. Speaker, because it is there to serve Kenyans, and Kenyans are actually watching to see how is NTSA going to act on this. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, there is need for the relevant committee to work objectively on this statement and ensure that the statement is, effective to the latter for the purpose of Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Order members. Order members. Next statement, Senator Millicent Omanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 48-1.
What's your point of intervention, Senator Marianne?
Mr. Speaker, I haven't heard your direction on this important statement. Now that the chairman of the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure is here, we would wish to hear his commitment. Mr. Speaker, I wish to get the attention of the chairman.
Senator Wamatangi.
We want to hear the attention. We want to get the commitment of the chairman of the Committee of Transport and Infrastructure on this important statement. I have a statement, Mr. Speaker, for the committee, which I haven't also gotten a satisfactory answer from the committee. And so we want to get his commitment on this statement. We also want to get the way forward on this issue of the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, on many other statements that have been raised in this House.
I'm not sure whether the chair even had got the question, but he has, according to our new standing orders, the statement is committed to the committee, so he'll come up with a response.
With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I want to undertake and assure not only Senator, but all members of this House that my committee takes with absolute seriousness every statement sought by members here on various issues, Mr. Speaker. But notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes we also have to pick up fights with the ministry, because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, and not only with the Committee on Transport, that cabinet secretaries sometimes have this habit of reporting in a very skewed manner, Mr. Speaker, sometimes very casually. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, my committee last week when we visited Mombasa, we gave an order.
Order,
Mr.
members.
Speaker.
Senator Faria, what is your point of intervention? Let's consult in low tones, members.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to humbly disagree with the chairman of Transport, because I also had a statement on status of Modogashe Wajir Road. Up to now, I never got a response, Mr. Speaker, and that was last year in 2018, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abshiro, what's your intervention? Just a minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I also would like to add my voice. My statement to this committee was mishandled so thoroughly, and I'm so dissatisfied with it, and up to now we're still waiting many months down the road. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the statements we ask from a lot of the committees are not handled well. They just disappear into thin air. So I'm wondering, is really the value of bringing statements to this House actually going forward?
I think the chair has had... okay, 1 minute.
Please. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me just a minute, because the concerns raised by the members are important concerns, Mr. Speaker. One, let me assure the House, like I said, Mr. Speaker, that we take statements very seriously. Number two, Mr. Speaker, for example, the statement that was sought by Senator, as she has put on record, she got the reply, but she was not satisfied. And my committee undertook and went back to the relevant cabinet secretary to ensure they give a satisfactory answer. Number two, Mr. Speaker, and I want to beg maybe your indulgence on some of these issues, Mr. Speaker.
We have very serious business ahead.
Speaker, the chair cannot evade this because let us get things right. Chair, what the members are saying, it is what we are thinking and what is happening. It is very good to convince us by telling us the truth, because you remember even when we were asking this, the chair, the cabinet secretary here admitted that he was going to follow up my statement. There was a statement on the safety of Mombasa Road. On the footpath of Mombasa Road, whereby it is a highway and people are crossing and we do not have any safety. Instead, we are endangering lives of people. And here you are convincing us that you have followed up. Surely, Chair, can you tell us the truth?
Senator Wamatangi, I think you just concluded because it might be better off.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to confirm that I think the discussion, Mr. Speaker, on the floor now confirms that probably, Mr. Speaker...
Order, senators. Senators, honestly, you are disrupting proceedings of this House. Please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that I think the conversation on the floor now confirms that we have a better dispensation if ministers are coming from this House. If I was a cabinet secretary, Mr. Speaker, I would have been answering those questions with indeed, Mr. Speaker, follow-up action. But what I wanted to state, Mr. Speaker, is that indeed the committee takes business seriously, Mr. Speaker. The visit that this committee undertook to Isiolo and other counties, Mr. Speaker, was intended to resolve the matters that were raised by senators, Mr. Speaker, albeit, notwithstanding, sometimes cabinet secretaries do not necessarily give comprehensive answers to the satisfaction of members, Mr. Speaker, and we have no business trying to either protect a cabinet secretary, and that is why we put them to test, Mr. Speaker, and I'm one of those who have stood very firm. We shall follow up every other statement to the satisfaction of every member, Mr. Speaker, and on one issue...
What's your point of order, Senator?
On one issue, Mr. Speaker.
Senator. Chair, okay.
Mr. Speaker, if the chairman of the committee seems to be helpless, this House needs to help him. We need to interact with the Cabinet Secretary of Transport and Infrastructure. Indeed, the ministry is in problems. The ministry is implementing nothing. The ministry has given its work to the Ministry of Interior. It is only police, the administration police, who are helping the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure. And the chairman here is indicating that he's helpless. Why don't you give direction, Mr. Speaker, so that this House can engage the Cabinet Secretary? Because we have seen other committees interacting with the Cabinet Secretaries. They have corrected one or two things, and we are satisfied. In my case, Mr. Speaker, the chairman brought me a written theory on a response of a statement.
So what's your point of order?
I told him I don't want a theory.
What is your point of order?
Actual things.
Order, Senator. What's your point of order? Because you seem to be raising a new issue that was already dealt with by the committee. Chair, can you conclude?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude, but allow me to conclude by first stating that my committee is not helpless, and that is on record. Mr. Speaker, last week we visited Mombasa on the issue of the ferries, Mr. Speaker. Today the ministry has issued an order that 2.1 billion has now been allocated to procure new ferries. It is there on record, Mr. Speaker. We have brought, and Mr. Speaker, that is courtesy of the statement that was brought by Senator Mutula Kilonzo. Let Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. say he is not satisfied with the way we prosecuted his statement, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, you know, for members of the Senate, we also have to agree that if a committee is going to visit your county and you are not present, allow the committee to do its work. If we say, Mr. Speaker, that as a policy
to come and so that we can be able to bring sanity in Nairobi.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I stand in understanding order 41 to seek a statement from the Committee of Labour, Social Welfare regarding the status of the sports fund activities funded by the sports fund. In the statement, the committee should explain whether the sports fund under the Ministry of Sports and Social Services has been allocated 8.1 billion for the year 2019-2020. B, explain the reasons the national teams, including and not limited to Harambee Starlets, have been unable to get funding for their international sports fixtures. C, state why Harambee Stars and Harambee Starlets' several requests for funding have not been honored by the sports fund and the reasons for the said denials. D, explain why the rugby union was auctioned for a debt of 10 million shillings on 31st October 2019, and yet a sum of Kenya shillings 94 million was approved by the board for the union. E, state why the Under-20 Championship has received an approval for expenditure of more than 1,300 million, yet the games are 9 months away. F, explain why the Sports Fund approved the release of nearly 2 billion to fund the purchase of equipment at Kenyatta National Hospital, mobile clinics, and other suppliers at the expense of the main objectives of the fund. Lastly, table a statement of account as at 1st October 2019 to show the manner in which the sum of Kenya shillings 4,300,000,000 was expended. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Aaron Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important issue that is being raised by Senator Mutula Kilonzo. This morning, Mr. Speaker, the leadership of FKF was before, I think, one of the committees of the National Assembly. And I happen to have been watching and realized the tribulations that many of our athletes are going through, especially Harambee Stars and Harambee Starlets, that many of these young people, just out of passion for this country and the desire to represent and carry our flag in great honor, Mr. Speaker, they continue to participate in sport activities despite the fact that Ministry of Sports does not honor their promise to them. Mr. Speaker, it will be important to know what is the justification of ministry in funding some very elite sports that have got very little following in this country. You know, Mr. Speaker, that when we had the Kenya Golf Open, this particular kitty gave to them 200 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. When we had the National Safari Rally, they were given 450 million Kenya shillings. Yet Harambee Stars, a team that when they play, Mr. Speaker, this country unites behind them, and the 40 million plus citizens of this country cheer them on, cannot get even money to pay for hotel accommodation. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this issue is extremely urgent. I want to request that you exercise your jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, and request that this Committee on Labor actually brings a response to this House within 7 days and not the traditional 14 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja Johnson.
Yes, precisely. Mr. Speaker, first I thank Senator Mutula for bringing this statement, and I know it would have come earlier had we not been on our scheduled recess. Mr. Speaker, this country established a sports and arts development fund that has more than 8 billion shillings. During its establishment, Mr. Speaker, we were excited that the young people of this country who are skilled in either sports or an art, a talent that is given by God, shall be able to finally be able to earn a living from their God-given talent, whether it is singing, whether it is acting, whether it is football, whether it is rugby, whatever it is. Mr. Speaker, these questions that have been asked are very serious questions. And I would like, if you commit this to my committee, to also work with the Committee on Delegated Legislation, because we must go down to the details of the regulations around this fund. Who is the signatory of this fund? How are payments made out of this fund? With 8.1 billion shillings, how is it that we can have Kenyans representing us stranded at an airport, stranded in hotels because bills have not been paid, yet amounts have been approved or released? Mr. Speaker, the other day, the Kenya Rugby Union, a sport I really love, was auctioned because of debts of 10 million, yet more than, I think, 70 or 80 million of theirs was approved in July, but never remitted to them. Mr. Speaker, we will look at these issues. We want to understand what is the procedure, what role does the Commissioner of Sports play, who is involved in determining what goes where, and also how it is, Mr. Speaker, that sports, arts and development, if I had Senator Mutula right, and Senator Mutula, you will tell me if I had you right, that close to, I think, billions have been paid to Kenyatta Hospital. I think 800 million was paid for mobile clinics. What part of sports or arts are found in mobile clinics, Mr. Speaker? We are not sure. So we'll take this inquiry seriously. I'd love to do of sports as well as the PS to make sure that our teams are actually represented.
Thank you. Thank you for the undertaking. A single umbrella body to engage and influence public policy for an enabling business environment Over the last few years, the Senate and KEPS have held a roundtable conference on an annual basis with a view to enhancing greater private sector engagement and participation in Kenya's governance structure and economic management. You will recall that last year the two organizations hosted the Senate KEPS Roundtable 2018 that was held from 22nd to 24th November 2018 under the theme Reimagining Kenya's Political Economy. Deliberations at this event placed emphasis on increased partnership between the Senate and the private sector in the four agenda: health care, housing, manufacturing, and agriculture. Honorable Senators, as a follow-up to the conference held in 2018, the Senate KEPS Round Table Conference 2019 is scheduled to be held from 7th to 9th November 2019. The theme for the event is boosting business competitiveness for the growth and job creation, the roles of the Senate and the private sector. Discussions will focus on interventions that impact on the county's business environment and competitiveness, trade, investment, and value chain development. Additionally, the event will also assess implementation of the Big Four agenda, take stock of the resolutions arrived at during the 2018 conference, and devise strategies that unlock the potential of the Big Four agenda and for devolution. Honorable Senators, I wish to extend the invitation to all honorable senators to this important forum with the private sector. The venue will be the Great Rift Valley Lodge, Naivasha, Nakuru County. Further details on the event will be given through the office of the clerk. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, special motion, approval of revised debt ceiling for the national government.
Special committee. Okay, honorable senators, the report is online, so you can get it on your...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the joint report of the Sessional Committee on the Delegated Legislation and the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the consideration of the Public Finance Management National Government Amendment Regulations 2019 laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, October 16, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 211(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya, Sections 205, subsection 4 of the Public Finance Management Act, and Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments
Order,
Act,
Senator Lagat.
approves the amendments to the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015, Principal Regulations, as effected through legal notice number 155 of 26 September 2019. Mr. Speaker, in exercise of the powers conferred by Section 205 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for National Treasury published the Public Finance Management, the National Government Amendment Regulations 2019 on the 26th of September 2019 via legal notice number 155 of 2019. The regulations, Mr. Speaker, was submitted to the Senate on Wednesday, 16th of October 2019 and tabled before the House.
Senator Bokisha, I say you raise your voice and then let's consult in low tones. Raise your voice so that we also consult. They can't hear you.
The Speaker, the controller of the volume can help me. Although, Mr. Speaker, it's the House which should be quiet, not me lowering my voice. So, Mr. Speaker, I was just about to say this, and I'm going to repeat that. The regulations were submitted to the Senate on Wednesday, 16th October 2019, and tabled before the House on the same day. Section 205 of the Public Finance Management Act contemplates that the regulations made under this section shall be approved by both houses of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, by a communication made on Wednesday, 16th October 2019, the Speaker of the Senate referred the regulations to a joint committee of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation and the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for consideration. The Speaker directed that the joint committee files the report within the next 15 sitting days. The regulations seek to amend Regulation 26(1)(c) of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015, Regulation Notice number 34 of 2015, to provide for a numerical limit to the total public debt of Kenya shilling 9 trillion in place of the current debt limit set at 50% of GDP in net present value terms. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the Section 16 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, the committee invited the regulation-making authority to a consultative meeting on 23rd October 2019 to consider the said statutory instrument. The Cabinet Secretary and National Treasury submitted both oral and written submissions. The Joint Committee held its first meeting on Thursday, 17th October 2019 to consider the regulations. In considering the regulations, the Joint Committee invited stakeholders, including the Council of Governors, Commission on Revenue, Allocation, the Institute of Certified Accountants, to a stakeholder meeting held on Thursday, 23rd October 2019. Pursuant to Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution and Senate standing orders, the committee invited submissions from members of the public on the said regulations via an advert on the Daily Nation newspaper and the Standard on Saturday, 19th, 2019. Having scrutinized the Public Finance Management National Government Amendment Regulations 2019 against the Constitution of Kenya, the Interpretations and General Provisions Act, Cap 2, the Laws of Kenya, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, the committee approved the regulations for reasons advanced in the report. The members of the Joint Committee who submitted an alternative view submitted a minority report. Is
that the chairman of Kano?
Speaker, you can see that everyone is happy with my chairman. Thanks. Speaker, I'm about to conclude.
Yeah, proceed, Senator Bokisho.
The members of the Joint Committee who submitted an alternative view submitted a minority report subject to the provisions standing orders 213(5). The report is submitted to the House in accordance with Section 205(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which requires that the regulations made under this section of the Act be presented to Parliament for approval before they take effect. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to move and ask the Leader of Majority to second. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I've not even heard what you say. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to second this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, to start with, Senate is having a very unique opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to deal with a subject matter that we have grappled with in the last almost 7 years in the public debate about debt in this country. Mr. Speaker, to start with, this is a very challenging subject matter for me because, Mr. Speaker, on one hand, while we have as many concerns about debt as possible, Mr. Speaker, we also have a great responsibility as the House of the Senate Mr. Speaker, to start with, and I've said this on the floor of this House, as a member of the Task Force on Devolved Government, one of the struggles we had in the Public Finance Management Act was to provide an institution, Mr. Speaker, that will deal with matters debt, particularly the question of the shareability or the sharing of debt between the functions of county government and the functions of national government. Mr. Speaker, it's important to explain this position because, as we all know, the counties by constitution and by law cannot borrow unless it's guaranteed by national government. Mr. Speaker, this House has had the opportunity to work on various legislation to facilitate a process that enables county governments to borrow with the guarantee of national government. In the Task Force on Devolved Government then, as a member, Mr. Speaker, one of the things we proposed and we borrowed from Australia was the formation of Loans and Grants Council, which, Mr. Speaker, in our thinking that time, was supposed to be an independent, an equivalent of an independent commission, whose responsibility was to check, keep the register of the loans and grants, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that the loans and grants that come to our country are distributed equitably among the 47 counties, and, Mr. Speaker, distributed fairly between the two levels of government. Mr. Speaker, I say this with a lot of tremendous respect because this, I have had a discussion with my colleagues in this House. And, Mr. Speaker, I really want them to listen, particularly Senator Cheriot.
Order, members.
Mr. Speaker, I have had discussion with my colleagues in this House about loans and grants. And, Mr. Speaker, many of the people who have misgivings, and, Mr. Speaker, who have a problem with the approval of this regulation, Mr. Speaker, the main problem is the management of debt, Mr. Speaker. It's not that the ceiling of the debt or the amount that is borrowed. It is the accountability of debt in the country, that how much is being borrowed in this country, who keeps the register, how is that money being distributed among between the national and county government, but also among the 47 counties. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the colleagues in this House, everybody's concern is that of this debt that is being borrowed in the country, of this debt that is being paid by this nation, which I saw in the newspaper, it's above 100,000 per everybody now owes the country, every Kenyan owes a debt of 130,000, Mr. Speaker, or something of that sort. The question of everybody here is that, is this debt sustainable? Number two, is it a debt that, Mr. Speaker, can be said it was borrowed with intergenerational equity in place, so that when my children come to, Mr. Speaker, my grandchildren come to this earth, and my children come to a level where they can pay debt, can they say outrightly that we are paying debt that was borrowed by our father or our grandfather, but that debt was used to construct a road, was used to construct a viable railway, was used to construct, Mr. Speaker, a dam that can still be seen. Mr. Speaker, the question that the people of Elgeyo Marakwet want to know is that, was Kimwarer and Arrow Dam built, Mr. Speaker? Was it built to the standard that still provides water for irrigation in Kerio Valley, that still provides electricity to the Republic? Mr. Speaker, those who borrowed money to build the Takwel Dam, Mr. Speaker, did the right thing. Because as we sit now, Takwel Dam and, Mr. Speaker, Takwel electricity generation is one of the most sustainable source of electricity in this country. So we cannot really say that borrowing, Mr. Speaker, is just for the sake of it. In Mutula Kilonzo's county, Mr. Speaker, Twake Dam is being built at a cost of 39 billion, Mr. Speaker, money borrowed from Chinese government. Mr. Speaker, the question we should all be asking ourselves is that, is this distribution everywhere? If you go, Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Speaker, Kitui County, for example, you have the road from Kibwezi, Mr. Speaker, across going to Kitui and almost going to Karisa, Mr. Speaker. That's part of the loans we are paying. If you talk about the railway, Mr. Speaker, that's part of the loans we are paying. We are now thinking as a country, is it possible for us to do a dual carriage, Mr. Speaker, from Mombasa to Busia, Mr. Speaker, so that the generation of this country can benefit from? So we are not saying as a Senate, Mr. Speaker, that borrowing is wrong. We are not also saying that borrowing is a bad thing. Two things are important. One, is the debt manageable, Mr. Speaker? Number two,
is it being utilized, Mr. Speaker, to construct infrastructure or long-term projects that are going to benefit in many generations? Mr. Speaker, one of the most celebrated actions of an American president was President Roosevelt, Mr. Speaker, who in the years of depression, after the 1930s depression, borrowed, Mr. Speaker, money to construct what they call in America, and Susan will help me here, Senator Susan Kika, is the Mr. Speaker, because she spent most of her time there studying, Mr. Speaker, and doing other things. Interstate roads, yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, and you can see Senator Ladama is helping me effortlessly, Mr. Speaker, because of his foreign experience. No, not citizenship. I'm sure he's not a foreign citizen. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, because of what President Roosevelt did, the American commerce increased. There was possibility of business, and they raised enough money to be able to sustain the money borrowed to do the infrastructure. So, as a House, that is not actually what we are complaining about. Our concern is, can we have a fair distribution of debt, Mr. Speaker? Can we have a public register of debt that is accountable, Mr. Speaker? Can we have, Mr. Speaker, borrowing that is used and expended on projects that can be used for many years, Mr. Speaker, that can be paid by future generations but can see the benefits? So, Mr. Speaker, when these regulations came to this House, and I want my colleagues to listen to me, when they came to this House, I told myself, voila, this is the opportunity for us to sort out the issues that we've been raising about debt for the last 7 years. But, Mr. Speaker, once I read these regulations and saw the report of the committee, and, Mr. Speaker, consulted those that understand matters finance, Mr. Speaker, the question of raising debt ceiling was not going to sort out the issues we are raising. This House cannot, Mr. Speaker, pretend to use regulations to sort out serious issues that relate to debt register, Mr. Speaker, that relate to accountability of debt, that relate to equitable distribution of debt between us and future generation, between national and county governments, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, within communities that are in this country. Those problems are not going to be answered by the ceiling itself. Ceiling only sorts, Mr. Speaker, the ability for government to be able to borrow more to sort out the problem that they have at the moment. And, Mr. Speaker, I went ahead to find out from the record of this report, the presentation of the Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary is telling us, Mr. Speaker, that we are asking for 9 trillion, but we are also working to restructure our debt. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, and they have said, because we have over 28, Mr. Speaker, 2.8 trillion, about 3 trillion, Mr. Speaker, of that money borrowed locally. And at an interest rate, Mr. Speaker, that is up to 10%. And yet, multilateral agencies, including the World Bank, Mr. Speaker, and the African Development Bank, have offered to give us loans of a lesser interest rate to up to 1%. This debt ceiling, opening up this debt ceiling, gives the Treasury an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to then borrow the cheaper loan, repay the locally borrowed loan, Mr. Speaker, which has highest interest, and then you can be able to bring down, Mr. Speaker, the repayment amount that is being paid out of the country. Mr. Speaker, I am a lawyer. I am not a finance expert. The best finance experts in the country have advised that the best way to solve this problem is to increase the debt ceiling, Mr. Speaker, open an opportunity for that borrowing, restructure the debt, and bring it down. So when we come to this House, because we must be accountable to one another, because, Mr. Speaker, my uninformed and informal position initially was that this is the opportunity to solve the problem. But, Mr. Speaker, knocking down the debt ceiling, opportunity for us to deal with the debt ceiling, will not give us that opportunity to solve the problem. We will be actually postponing the problem. Indeed, the report of this House is saying we are already, Mr. Speaker, exiting the debt ceiling that was set before. Even though, Mr. Speaker, that is debatable because of the issues that are inside there. So, Mr. Speaker, what is my way forward? I suggest like this, Mr. Speaker. Number one, that we agree with Treasury to open up that debt ceiling, Mr. Speaker, to 9 trillion. Number two, Mr. Speaker, Number two, Mr. Speaker, and I want us to say this with tremendous respect.
Order members,
because
you'll have an
all of us
opportunity to
different
express
views.
yourselves.
I can see our friends saying it is maybe we should not or not. But, Mr. Speaker, this is my recommendation. We should be able to open up that debt ceiling, to give an opportunity for Treasury to restructure the debt. And then, Mr. Speaker, as a House, led by the Senate Budget and Finance Committee, we should then propose, Mr. Speaker, an amendment to the Finance Act this way. One, to create, Mr. Speaker, bring in an independent institution in the name of Loans and Grants Council of Kenya. Number two, Mr. Speaker, that we demand the publication, outright publication, Mr. Speaker, of the national debt ceiling. And Mr. Speaker, I want to ask senators here, with tremendous respect, Mr. Speaker, I can see what they are.
Order member, let's consult in low tones.
Mr. Speaker, I can see the consultation have gone high.
Yes.
But Mr. Speaker, the report.
Order members.
This report, Mr. Speaker, we are at a position that, and I am happy with Senate for one thing, that, Mr. Speaker, though we have our concerns with the executive, that although, Mr. Speaker, most of us here had concerns about how this House has been treated, including, Mr. Speaker, allowing the national government to borrow huge amount of money, give them to counties in forms of loans and grants, and then deny this House the resources to oversight that money, Mr. Speaker, which is ridiculous. And we've been pushing as a House that these resources we are asking for oversight is not for personal gain. It's to ensure that these resources that have been borrowed will have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to benefit future generations. And so I'm asking my colleagues that we continue in the path that we've shown as Senate, that we can rise above our other concerns that we have with the executive and other concerns we have, Mr. Speaker, with National Assembly, and objectively work with the National Treasury to give them the room to go and borrow loan that is less, Mr. Speaker, that comes down up to an interest rate of 1%. Mr. Speaker, that is really my request to my colleagues. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. Even as we borrow these loans, even as we raise these resources, Mr. Speaker, we must resource the Senate to carry out this responsibility of oversight. We will continue insisting. It's not about Murkomen, it's not about an individual senator, it's about the office of the senator and the Senate itself to be able to carry out that oversight. You cannot pour large sums of money in the universal health coverage, including medical equipments, that the senators have no resources to go and investigate in their county. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we must resource the judiciary. I saw the Chief Justice yesterday with a lot of pain complaining, Mr. Speaker. And I know some people have reduced his complaint to the question of the car he was asking, the place he was sitting, and so forth. Far from it, Mr. Speaker, although those are things that are also important. But, Mr. Speaker, what is important is to ensure that for justice to be achieved, for the thieves of our money to be arrested and put behind bars, Mr. Speaker, after trial, we must resource the judiciary. We must not take the judiciary for granted. We must not take the complaints of the Chief Justice for granted. And I have said, Mr. Speaker, I tweeted yesterday, that also the Chief Justice must take these things seriously. When the Senate went to the Supreme Court, the Council of Governors went to the Supreme Court, and the Senate has gone to court to ask for accountability on how these resources are going to be distributed, Mr. Speaker, the judiciary showed us their back. Yet, Mr. Speaker, if they had worked with us on this process of accountability, we'd be able to deal with these problems, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, finally, that the judiciary also has the ability to bite, to hold us into account, to ensure that the Constitution is being supported, to ensure that money is not being expended without the judiciary fund that was put in place. Let the judges and the judiciary bite. Let them take their stand. And, Mr. Speaker, bring this country to order. If it is Parliament that is misbehaving, they bring us to order. If it's the executive, they bring us to order, because that is what it was, what it means to have what is called accountability and Mr. Speaker, accountability among the separated institutions under the separation of powers doctrine. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with my colleagues with humility, with utmost honor, with utmost, Mr. Speaker, humility, that let us pass these regulations so that we can save our country. The highest interest rates we are paying at the moment, we can reduce it to a level that can be managed by this nation. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to second.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the joint report of the the joint report of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation and the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the consideration of the Public Finance Management National Government Amendment Regulation 2019 laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, October 16, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 2111A of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 2054 of the Public Finance Management Act and Section 18 of the Statutory Instrument Act, approves the amendments to the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015, Principal Regulations as effected through legal notice number 155 of 26 September 2019. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., you are co-chair.
Thank you, Chair. I was co-chairing this committee when Senator Mahmood was unwell. As Mr. Speaker, I, together with other members, disagree with the majority opinion that we should pass these regulations in the manner they have been presented to us. In the report, Mr. Speaker, you have the opinion of the minority. That opinion of the minority, Mr. Speaker, speaks to what some of us who have sat in the Finance Committee since 2013 have found to be the best way to deal with public debt. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I want to bring to the attention of the senators the history of public debt and how this matter has come to the Senate. Although the Constitution requires and the PFM requires that this decision is made by Parliament, in 2014, the first amendment done in 2014 by the National Assembly, in which one of our members, Senator Sakaja and Senator Nyamunga, were members, Henry Rotich, Minister for Finance at the time, informed the National Assembly that they needed to move the debt ceiling from 1.2 trillion shillings to 2 trillion. He tabled sessional paper number 14. Sessional paper number 14 wanted to move the debt to 2.5 trillion as a ceiling. Mr. Speaker and my fellow senators, this matter never came to this floor. This matter never came to the Finance Committee. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, the same Treasury, and I must make myself very clear, this is not about the President. This is not about the Deputy President. This is not about handshake. This is not about NASA. This is about the Treasury of the Republic of Kenya. In 2015, after they sought that amendment, which was approved by the National Assembly without the recourse of the Senate, they then made yet another amendment, so that you understand why this has come to us. They then moved an amendment to the PFM to remove the numerical ceiling of 2.5 to 50% of GDP on what they call net present value terms. That is where the theater of the absurd started, because they borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and borrowed, and still want to borrow more. How did these amendments come to the floor of the Senate? Mr. Speaker, history is going to judge us. I want you to look at the schedule of some of the contracts that are supposed to be part and parcel of the debt ceiling. The Attorney General of Kenya, the stylish gentleman, the legal scholar, told the National Assembly and the executive that this cannot pass without the Senate. Dear senators, this matter is here because Kiara Kariuki followed the law. Because in 2014, the law was not followed. the National Assembly, in amendment of these regulations, have passed it without a comma. What the majority opinion of the senators are suggesting is that we pass these regulations without a comma, without a full stop, without saying anything. We just say yes. What was the purpose of these regulations coming here? No purpose. In an English parable, they say when you're in a hole, you stop digging. Part of the schedule provided to us, and I want to correct Senator Murkomen, we sat in the public hearing on your behalf. We asked the question, where is the evidence of debt restructuring? There's nothing. Where is the evidence that you want to restructure commercial loans that are now at 35%? We have borrowed more than 14 cabinet secretaries since independence. There must be a reason why we need to borrow another 3 trillion shillings on top of 6.1 trillion. Members of the Senate, what is your GDP today? Your GDP is at 10 trillion shillings. 9.8, and now we want to extend the ceiling to 9. What sort of a country does that? Now, the question that we have addressed here, how much is the budget gap? My dear colleagues, the budget gap for this financial year is 635 billion. The budget gap for the next financial year, according to the BPS, is 584.6 billion. For the following year, the budget gap is 586.8 billion, making a total of 1.2 trillion. I want you to read the report of Parliamentary Budget Office that they presented also to the National Assembly, suggesting that the debt ceiling should be at maximum of 7.5 trillion. What are we saying in terms of the minority? This is not a bill. This is not a motion. This is a gazette notice. A gazette notice that can be withdrawn tomorrow. A gazette notice that can be republished. Why are we making it look like that the country is in dire straits, as if we fail, tomorrow it will collapse? It's a lie. The country is looking up to you. In fact, in a recent article, and although we don't quote newspapers, Mbadi says Parliament blamed for debt burden, that we have given Treasury so much leeway to borrow without imposing conditions. Mr. Speaker, this is the time to impose conditions so that by the time you borrow another extra shilling from the Chinese, we interrogate as Parliament, and particularly Senate. This issue reminds me of when Senator Orengo was lecturing Senator Murkomen and Sang during the Election Laws Amendment Bill. Because at that material time we were saying, do not remove the jurisdiction of the Senate with regard to boundaries of wards and constituencies. We refuse to follow that process. It is going to haunt us very soon when the delimitation of boundaries comes. This is...
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
I've been waiting for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, because Senator Mutula has been peddling these lies continuously. Mr. Speaker, okay, Mr. Speaker, misinformation.
What is your point of order, Senator
I withdraw lies, Mr. Speaker, and replace with misinformation.
Okay.
Misinforming the House. Mr. Speaker, in that debate, I argued, Mr. Speaker, that the Constitution as it is does not give Senate the powers to deal with matters of wards and boundaries of constituencies. And to demonstrate that that was the true position, I came with a constitutional amendment to this House, Mr. Speaker, to enable Parliament to participate in delimitation of wards and boundaries. This House, Mr. Speaker, unanimously said they don't want Parliament to be involved in matters of wards and boundaries, including Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. The Speaker, is he in order to misinform this House?
Saying that the majority voted for an amendment to give the National Assembly an opportunity to deal with the limitation of wards and constituencies, which we objected to, and I filed an amendment. I was talking about majority. That time you're not the majority leader. But let me finish. Let me continue by saying, my colleague senators, what is the problem with telling Treasury to amend this Gazette notice to bring a different ceiling as proposed by Parliamentary Budget Office, who are our advisors, and in that ceiling, we put caveats for them to borrow here on here. Because the principle is, if, and Senator Wambua mentioned this somewhere in a different forum, if you are unable to pay less, how will you be able to pay more? What is the justification? We have asked for the justification of the 9 trillion shillings. It was not given. We must tell you, you must look at the document that Treasury submitted. Sometimes, Speaker, I think that there are people in this office, in this country, who think that legislators are zombies, that we don't think, we don't need information. The document that's submitted by Treasury looks like a PowerPoint that you would submit in my daughter's kindergarten. There is no justification why this country should increase its debt ceiling by 50%, from 6 to 9. And there is no calculation why that should happen. But I have said this, that, and Senator Murkomen and the mover, you are supposed to satisfy this nation that in the new ceiling, now that we are in debt and we're in a crisis, we are able to pay. Our largest debt, external, is on the standard gauge railway, the Chinese. We were warned about this SGR. We refused to listen. It's 3 times the cost. And if you doubt, look for the article written by David Ndii. Look at what would have been a better option of rehabilitating the old railway or doing a different railway. It would have cost us less. Are we going to be able to pay these debts in the manner suggested? The answer is no. But on your counties, this is the advice. Parliamentary Budget Office in this report has said, you approve this ceiling, you must be prepared, senators, next year to vote less for your counties and the following year to vote less than this year. They have said so. If you have a different view, tell me. They have also suggested.
What's your point of order, Senator? Of
course, how can you refuse my information?
Do you want to be informed?
It's okay.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Mutula had said, if you have an alternative view, I do. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to say in my seconding notes that these very regulations we are passing were passed by 47 governors sitting in IBEC, Mr. Speaker, who approved these regulations, and they are the people on the ground. And they went through it knowing how much money they are getting through this, Mr. Speaker, process for their counties.
That information was not useful.
Senator Professor Kamar, what?
Absolutely not useful. Since when did the Council of Governors become an authority for anything? And let me tell you, I know how the Council of Governors ended up into the lure of this trap. They have been informed that out of the 7 trillion shillings, there is a figure of about 970 billion, which is going to cater for guarantees to counties and state-operated, what you call parastatus. It's a lie. It's a lie. Because if it was true, Treasury would have submitted it for purposes of the audit, for us to look at it. What is the great difficulty, my dear colleagues, in following the Constitution under Article 211? Under Article 211, we are supposed to get the extent of total indebtedness, the use made or to be made for the proceeds of the loan, the provisions made for servicing of the repayment, and the progress made in the repayment of the loan. That is what we are supposed to ask. I'm just objecting.
What's your point of order, Leader of Minority?
Mr. Speaker, it is important when citing a provision of the law to cite it in its entirety, not part of it. And even think about your own responsibility. Because, you know, Senator Mutula Kilonzo is talking about the responsibility of the Senate. The information that I have, and I'm rising on a point of order because it's misleading the House, this information is not given by the Cabinet Secretary on its own motion. What it says, within 7 days, after either House of Parliament so requests, this information is given on request. And part of the problem that we have is that in the life of both Houses of Parliament, there has never been a request. So in the issue of management of debt, it is important to take our own responsibilities instead of throwing responsibilities elsewhere. So I think you should not mislead the Senate. And he sits in that committee.
The problems with these points of objection is that they assume that they are going to derail my what I am going to say. It's not like I have not read. I'm simply saying, and I'm glad the senior counsel has read that clause, because it was a shallow trap for anybody who thinks I have not read it. The time to then include that condition, because the condition does not exist in the PFM, is now. Tumejisomea katiba. We know what we are talking about. I'm not standing here out of idleness. I've read this document. We have questioned severally in the Finance Committee from 2014. How are we managing our debts? I was talking about counties before I was interrupted. Our GDP to revenue has reduced. Our revenue has reduced. Our revenue is at 1.9 against a borrowing of 9 trillion. Mr. Speaker, what I want to tell the Senate is that Treasury must find oversight in the Senate. Otherwise, there's no difference between this Senate and the National Assembly. We must distinguish ourselves. I'm standing here to say that I will not stand. My soul cannot agree as a senator to this sort of framework when for the first time since I was elected, the question of debt has now come to the Senate. We must say that this is wrong. It was done wrongly. Senator Murkomen is aware that the former CS has been charged in court, in fact, for violating the ceiling and for not coming to us. Mr. Speaker, what are the solutions? The solutions are simple. I've said this is a Gazette notice. The people who passed the PFM, this is one of the laws. And let me tell you why I am strongly against what Treasury does. Those of you who are beneficiaries of Uwezo funds, why haven't you received Uwezo funds? Do you know? Because the Uwezo fund regulations were published and put in the Kenya Gazette. When they came to us and we made recommendations, Treasury refused to do anything. Why is Taita Taveta County, represented by Senator Waruma, quarreling about budget? Because we proposed an amendment where county assemblies can amend budgets up to 10%. Treasury refused to publish a corrigenda. That is the same question that Senator Kibiru, Senator Omatangi have been asking in PAC. So unless you can flex your muscles, dear legislators, Mr. Speaker, we are allowing Treasury to put us in a hole. We are allowing Treasury to continue borrowing without any condition offered by Parliament. National Assembly has not offered any conditions. Senate has not offered any conditions. Treasury has not answered our questions. Mr. Speaker, on this one, Mr. Speaker, we have to say no to the impunity by Treasury. We have to say no to Treasury.
Order, members, order, order. Order, members, order.
And the reason...
Order, members, order. Order, members.
By saying no to Treasury, Mr. Speaker, we will compel Treasury to negotiate...
Order. Let us listen to Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
We will allow an opportunity and a window before publication in the Kenya Gazette for Treasury to sit with Parliament, including the Senate. And in this one, I'm talking about the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, where I am seated and have been seated for so long waiting for this to come. What Treasury is suggesting to do, as I conclude, it reminds me of a parable I was reading with my daughter about Jesus being tempted to turn rocks to loaves of bread. What Treasury is doing here is telling us to turn rocks into loaves of bread. The second one is to telling us, just like in the case of Jesus, jump, the angels will catch you. The Chinese loans are going to cushion us. It's a lie. The words of J.F. Kennedy. The words
What
of
is it,
J.F. Kennedy.
Senator for West Pokot? Order, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. You'll have your time to...
Maybe it should have been information, but it can go for both. Speaker, the use of the word lie over and over by Honorable Mutula, Speaker, I think that has
Order.
It's unparliamentary.
Order. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., did you talk about lies here?
For the good of my former chairman of my party, the word is false.
Order, Senator
Yes,
Mutula Kilonzo
I said lie.
Jr., I asked you a question. Did
Yes,
you use the word lie?
Yes, I used the word lie.
That is unparliamentary.
Yes,
That is unparliamentary.
I
It should
withdraw.
not be used.
Yes. Let me finish with the words of J.F. Kennedy.
So you have withdrawn lie and replaced it with
false.
With false.
Yes.
False or untrue?
Both.
Okay.
Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, allow me 1 extra minute to finish.
No worries, I'll give you 2 minutes.
J.F. Kennedy has this to say, and I want to say this about the Senate of the Republic of Kenya today. When at some future date, the High Court of History sits on judgment of each one of you, recording whether your brief space or service was fulfilled in our responsibilities to Kenya, our success or failure in whatever office we may hold will be measured by the answers to the following questions. Were we truly men and women of courage? Were we truly men and women of judgment? Number 3, were we truly men and women of integrity? Number 4, were we truly men and women of dedication? The responsibility you have been given to protect Kenyans includes the right to tell the executive that you cannot continue this way. You cannot continue borrowing. You have to stop borrowing. You have to borrow responsibly. And for that, the minority has said, even if it takes just one voice, it must take that voice to bring sense to this republic we love, the country of Eliud Kipchoge, the country of 159, the country that is respected all over the world. We must change the course where we are the third largest borrower in Africa to the Chinese. We must. And that time is now. But I have said that this is not all, you are not closing the door. We are just providing the formula of how we are going to get out of this. The formula is do a better way, do a smaller ceiling, provide the debts, don't sign in new contracts, unless, Mr. Speaker, those contracts are truly necessary. I have a contract that is affected, but to allow that to pass is being penny-wise and pound-foolish. I reject. Thank you.
I'm sure you meant your oppose, but thank you. Thank you, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Thank you. Order, members. Allow me to recognize visitors, students and teachers of Little Sisters of Francis of Assisi from Nakuru County. They are welcome. Karibuni sana. Senator for Murang'a County. It's not there. Senator for Kericho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sad day for Kenya. At the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly is opening floodgates of interest rates locally. While here at the Senate, we want to auction them to international loan sharks. I want to imagine, Mr. Speaker, that when Kenyans get to heaven, many of them, the first question they'll ask the good Lord is, dear Lord, why was I born in Kenya? Because of situations like what is happening today. It's extremely difficult seeing what is happening in our country and how we, as their leaders, their elected representatives, the people who are supposed to save them, are agreeing with those people who are visiting the kind of suffering that is being faced by our people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must not give up. Those of us who hold the view that at all times, despite enormous pressure and temptation, must always do right, we must hold our fort this afternoon. I want to urge my colleagues to follow through the 7 points that I want to lay before this House this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, on why no senator should support these regulations in their present form. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of the level of debt. And various information has been put forth before this House on what is our level of debt as a country, Mr. Speaker. That we are told that as it is today, the figures that were presented before our committee, Mr. Speaker, is that as at 31st of June or 30th of June 2019, we were at 5.8 trillion, Mr. Speaker. But the truth of the matter, when we requested that we be issued with a debt register, many of us that calculated and tallied the list of loans that were presented before our committees, Senator Faria was seated next to me. And she's the one who did the tally with me on her calculator. Those loans were totaling more than 7.5 trillion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, it is not true in the first instance that we are at 5.8. The second piece of evidence, Mr. Speaker, is that Central Bank publishes its weekly review of how the economy is performing. And one of the indicators they put forth is the level of debt in this country. This is their report for this week, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things they point out to is that as at 30th of August this year, our debt was already at 6.1
Order,
trillion.
members.
Mr.
Order.
Speaker.
Order, members. Order. 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 Order, members. What is it, Senator Wetangula? Order, members.
You can look at this side. Everybody is studiously silent and listening. I want to encourage the chair, Mr. Speaker, and beseech you to tell our colleagues that even if you are just waiting to vote, please listen to those who are
Order, Senator Wetangula.
Please listen to those who are
Order,
debating.
Senator Wetangula.
We want to listen to all these issues being put together.
Order, Senator Kabaka. You are out of order. You cannot call a colleague a voting machine. That is not something we will entertain. Order. However, having said so, I see a lot of movement and excitement on the majority side. Please observe the rules of the debate. Chief Whip, sit down. If you have not whipped, this is not the place to whip. This is a place for debate. You should have whipped before, or you can de-whip later, if need be. Okay? So, Leader of Majority and all the senators, please let's give our House the dignity it deserves. Thank you. Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker was making a very important point, and perhaps that's why I was being interrupted, so that it gets drowned. Mr. Speaker, in the budget review outlook paper that the CS placed before our committee, that places before the Houses of Parliament on the level of debt that they want to achieve on each financial year from 2019-20, 2020-2021. On their target, it points out that at the end of the financial year 19-20, they project that our debt level will be at 6.4 trillion. But the document that I had tabled previously, Mr. Speaker, shows that by August of 2019, they are already at 6 trillion. It will only take a fool to believe that the documents that they intend to follow, the documents they are presenting before this House, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, even this issue of saying that the 9 trillion will not be used all the way up to 2024 is a lie, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the senators who are in this House who want to support these regulations, Mr. Speaker, is that if you grant Treasury the chance that they are looking for, by December of this year, I'll not be shocked if they'll be at 9 trillion, Mr. Speaker. That is how difficult these things are before. Mr. Speaker, on my third point is the issue of the underperformance of revenue. A very critical and important point in this debate. We've been told that budget deficit is a problem. The difference between our expenditure and what we are collecting, Mr. Speaker. Yet, as it is today, Mr. Speaker, for every 100 shillings that Kenyans are being taxed, 50 shillings, half of that amount, is going to service debt, Mr. Speaker. If that does not throw you into a chill mode as a senator and ask you to first place the minister and the whole of Treasury before this House so that they expose and talk to us about what is the future of this country. How will we survive, Mr. Speaker, if we get to a point where for every revenue that we'll be collecting, close to 60 or 70 shillings out of 100 will be paying debt? Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to persuade my colleagues who may have been lobbied or whatever means may have been used to convince them otherwise.
Order, Senator Cheruiyot.
Whipped is a word, Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to use.
Precisely.
Excuse my language, Mr. Speaker. It is because these things actually, they make your blood boil, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the figures.
If it is whipping, they can be whipped by any means possible.
I want to whip them back.
Not something else.
I want to whip them back to agree with those of us who hold the view that we need to have a proper conversation, Mr. Speaker, about... Mr. Speaker, protect me from the majority leader. He's heckling me as...
That's a contradiction. It's a contradiction, Senator Cheruiyot.
Which one?
You have talked about the majority leader and heckling. Those two cannot go together.
I am shocked also that this afternoon they are going together, Mr.
Speaker. Order.
Mr. Speaker, there is another point. Point number five. On the effect.
What is it, majority leader? The points of order are allowed. What is not allowed is heckling.
Mr. Speaker, when Senator Cheruiyot came to this House, you remember I'm the one who brought him here for introduction.
to these chambers. Mr. Speaker, I would least expect from him, Mr. Speaker, to use unparliamentary language on me, to say I could be heckling. When Mr. Speaker he was cheering me that if it was Senator Gideon Moy, I would understand.
Were you introduced here by Senator Gideon Moy? What is it? What is it, Senator Millicent Omanga? And Senator Cheruiyot, you have been accused of not being very respectful to your elders. You are not on record. You are not on record. Give Senator Omanga the microphone. There you go.
Mr. Speaker, I think our majority leader is trying to intimidate Senator Aaron Cheruiyot the way he's just been intimidating us from this side because of this bill. Mr.
Where
Speaker.
is the intimidation? Where is the intimidation, Senator Omanga? The majority leader stated what he considered a fact, that he introduced Senator Cheruiyot when he was being sworn in. I don't see any intimidation there.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
If
so respect your elders,
if in the
Senator
course of
Cheruiyot.
my putting forth my points, Mr. Speaker, I may have uttered words that suggest that I do not respect the majority leader, then I withdraw.
Yes.
But, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that majority leader did for me in 2015 when he introduced me to this house is that he took me to the Finance and Budget Committee.
Yes.
Little wonder, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
that those of us who have been in this committee, Senator Moses Wetangula, Senator Mutula Kilonzo, have been saying this thing for many years. That's why today when you are given an opportunity to set the country on the right path, we cannot waste this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Because for the last 5 years, we've been saying that we are living beyond our means as a country. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader. Let's hear Senator Orengo. Order, senators. What is it, Senator Orengo?
Mr. Speaker, you know, Senator Murkomen and myself were neighbors at KSCC, and subsequently we've been neighbors. When the Honorable Senator Fukaricho was elected, I heard Senator Murkomen tell him, just watch me and follow me.
Mr. Speaker, indeed I confirm, Mr. Speaker, that
Yes.
I've been following the majority leader studiously as a
Yes.
good student.
Yes.
Only until last Friday when he changed his mind.
Proceed, Senator Cheruiyot. So,
Mr. Speaker, my fourth point, Mr.
you have
Speaker,
been
is
a
on the
rebel
effects.
since Friday. You have been rebellious since Friday.
Yeah.
For a good cause, maybe. I think. Okay, but let's not prolong this.
Mr. Speaker, if you heard Senator Orengo right, I just told him, follow me. Whether it was Friday this way and Monday this other way, Mr. Speaker, it has not changed.
Senator Cheruiyot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My fourth point is on the issue of the effect of equitable share. That you are being told, Mr. Speaker, that as you increase this debt ceiling, and one of the things, by the way, that we did, Mr. Speaker, is that we sent away the representative of CRA, Commission for Revenue Allocation, because in one way or the other, they tried to mislead the committee that this borrowing does not have a direct bearing on the equitable share that is sent to each and every of the counties that we represent in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by evidence, and if you follow keenly the calculation, in terms of shareable revenue that is brought before this House, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that even in this current financial year, while at the previous years it was anywhere close between 20 and 22%, this year is at 17%. That tells you it is already decreasing even as things are. So if you push this ceiling to 9 trillion, chances are we may barely even make it to 15%, Mr. Speaker. And that is important for our colleagues to note. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of county borrowing, because we are being enticed and being told that one of the avenues or the room that is being opened in terms of this borrowing is so that our counties can borrow. But the truth of the matter is that for the last 6 years, since the advent of devolution, Mr. Speaker, in this country, national government has guaranteed 0 shillings in terms of debt to our county government. So if they haven't done it in the last 6 years, when we still had the headroom in terms of borrowing, why do you want to believe, Mr. Speaker, that at this particular time they will do it? I will be more prone to support regulations, Mr. Speaker, that specify that of this amount that you want to borrow, X amount is purely set out for counties. If that is put in pen and paper, then I can support such regulations, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why I want to do that, Mr. Speaker, is that all the 47 counties in this country are tax-paying counties, Mr. Speaker. But the truth of the matter, the list of projects, Senator Wetangula tried to ask the Cabinet Secretary, of all this amount that you're borrowing, of the 9 trillion shillings, how much is going to Bungoma in terms of projects? He was shown a project of 100 million Kenya shillings. It's a shame. How do you expect that I, in my rightful mind, Mr. Speaker, as a representative of the people of Kericho County, to vote to increase such a debt ceiling when I cannot see even a single shilling in terms of projects going to my specific county? We are all of us Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, this business of the whole country borrowing, guaranteeing the 47 million of us, but projects only going to specific counties, some of us can never support this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of EAC, East African Community Monetary Unit Protocol, these are treaties that we have signed as a country, Mr. Speaker. And it is unfortunate that despite the fact that we are signed on to keeping our borrowing at 50% of net present value, Mr. Speaker, already, even as it stands today, we have passed that ceiling. The reason why EAC has never successfully integrated is because of our behavior as Kenyans. That each time we go to Arusha, we set up beautiful meetings at EAC Heads of State Summit, sign protocols, but we come back to Kenya and believe that somehow we can only follow those rules insofar as it favors us as a country. But at a particular time, when we feel that we want to do things otherwise, we disregard them. Tanzania, Rwanda, all these other countries, they will never respect us if as a country we don't respect the rules that we are setting. And in fact today, Mr. Speaker, based on the evidence that is being placed before us, I agree with the Ugandans, the Tanzanians, the Rwandese, who have been saying the biggest stumbling block to the integration of East African community is Kenya. I finally have come to agree with them, Mr. Speaker, based on the evidence that is being tabled.
What is it, Senator Pareno? You are on a point of order? It's a point of information.
Just giving information to Senator Cheruiyot.
Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, would you like to be... Okay, proceed,
Yes.
Senator Pareno.
As far as Kenyan standing in the EAC region is concerned, I think as Kenya we've been regarded as the big brother that does very well. As we speak now, the Committee on National Cohesion and Integration was actually lauding Kenya for having been the one that has now made almost 90% of its payments, when there are countries that have not even made a single cent. So that is the information I wanted to give my brother.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, you know very well that in matters to do with law, you either comply fully or you don't comply. You cannot appear before a judge and argue that because I have followed all the other 9 laws on this one, permit me to break this particular law. If Kenya is serious, and if indeed we are the big brother, as you say, Senator Judy Pereno, then it is incumbent upon us to respect each and every EAC treaty that we have entered into and signed as a country. This is one serious one. If we violate it, we shall be sending a very bad signal. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on this very important issue about debt restructuring, because it's one of the high points that the minister keeps on hitting in the medias, and I have seen the same being repeated on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, that we are using this particular debt to retire commercial loans so that we can borrow, we can use concessional loans. As a committee, we requested the minister to present us with evidence of any institution that is willing to do that. Because as we know, Mr. Speaker, and you know, Mr. Speaker, this is a problem with Kenyans. Even sometimes when a Kenyan priest finds himself in a mosque, he still wants to pretend as if he's an authority. in matters to do with that particular religion. People who do not understand economics want to lecture us on things they know little about. There is no multinational, multilateral lending institution that will do the kind of thing that this minister is proposing and telling us as a country want to do. They are in business just like any other institution. Therefore, to be lied to, Mr. Speaker, or to be misled, Mr. Speaker, you know, I saw you taking your cup, and I knew after you put it down, Mr. Speaker, to be misled, the way we are being misled, is not proper. And therefore, I put it to my colleagues that multilateral lenders...
Senator Kangata. Senator Kangata, I had given you a chance to contribute. You were not here. Now you are here and causing havoc. Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, the point that I was making is that multilateral lenders do not undertake debt restructuring. Rather, what they do is that they fund specific projects like SGR, a particular road, a particular factory. That is the kind of business that they are in. But they are not in the business of buying off bad debts from people who cannot manage their economies like Kenya. Therefore, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Murkomen?
Senator Cheriot has been talking about people who know nothing about what they are talking about. But, Mr. Speaker, is it in order to mislead the House that the responsibility of IMF and World Bank is not to restructure debt? When, Mr. Speaker, you taught me, and you know very well, that is one of the main responsibilities of that those two multilateral agencies, Mr. Speaker, and even in the past have participated in debt restructuring in this country.
What is it, Senator Tangula?
Mr. Speaker, it cannot be true that you taught Murkomen that the principal engagement of the IMF and World Bank is to restructure debt. That's not what they were set up to do, Mr. Speaker. And you should also, if you did that...
You should have waited until I respond.
It's most unfortunate, Mr. Speaker.
Why are you preempting my response? Can I hear from Senator Cheruiyot first?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to hear from the teacher who misled Murkomen.
Now, I think what Senator Murkomen said, he never said I taught him that the World Bank and IMF restructures debts. He said I taught him, and then continued to say what. Because I can't remember that lecture. Proceed, Senator Cheruiyot.
Thank you for disowning your student, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point that I was making in concluding is that multilateral lenders, the thing that they will do is to fund specific projects, which is something that as a committee we pondered about and said we would be so happy about it. Mr. Speaker, just a minute.
1 minute.
1 minute to wrap up my thoughts. We would be so happy if the minister had presented before us specific projects with specific funding requests up to the point of the midterm budget framework that they have presented to us that ends up in 2022. We would be so okay about that particular one, Mr. Speaker. But the one that is telling us that for long term and longevity about it, up to 9 trillion shillings, I reject, Mr. Speaker. In concluding, I want to remind my colleagues the words of the third President of the United States, President Thomas Jefferson, that in matters of style and fashion, swim with the current. But in matters of principle, stand solid as a rock. In matters of politics, I will stand with my party. But in matters of economy, I will stand with the people of Kenya. I reject these regulations, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, very well, very well. Senator Cheruiyot, when you finish contributing, you resume your seat. You don't go into a frenzy of greeting people and you look like an athlete who is taking a victory lap to congratulate yourself. Senator Tangula.
Mr. Speaker, Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I am one of the members who signed the dissent and the minority opinion. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I do not support the motion as presented to the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage us to debate this motion without unnecessary emotion, with patriotism in mind. I want, Mr. Speaker, to bring the attention of the House to Article 201(3), 201(c) of the Constitution. The burdens, Mr. Speaker, and benefits of the use of resources and public borrowing shall be shared equitably between present and future generations. Mr. Speaker, whatever we do today, we must be able to take care of our future generations. When we held public hearing, Mr. Speaker, there is a lady from ISPAC, I think she was called Njeri, who made a very simple point, Mr. Speaker, that...
Order, Senator Gideon Moi. Order.
That the
Order, Senator Kihika.
That the simplest criteria in borrowing, is, Mr. Speaker, lies in the ability to repay. When you borrow money, you must have the capacity
members.
And the ability
to
repay.
Order, senators.
Senator Margaret.
Order. Order, senators. Order, senators. Actually, I expect a lot of concentration because this matter is extremely important for the country.
Mr. Speaker, the whole country is watching on what this Senate is going to do.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, these regulations that have been brought to this House, as Mutula Kilonzo put it, are not a bill that will have to wait for 6 months to be brought back again if rejected. And Mr. Speaker, those who are with us in the committee, I asked the Minister for Finance 5 times, Mr. Minister, what is your irreducible minimum if you don't get the 9 trillion? He didn't answer. He just kept on telling us the country is in serious problems. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, if we give the 9 trillion, by probably December, we'll have borrowed the whole of it. We must, Mr. Speaker, be patriotic. There is no country that doesn't borrow externally and internally. Every government borrows. But the responsibility with which you approach the borrowing, Mr. Speaker, is critical. As senators, we're enjoined by the Constitution as defenders and protectors of counties and their governments. Our Office of Budget, Mr. Speaker, manned by very brilliant, well-trained young professionals, appeared before the committee and told us the consequence of what we're about to do is diminished revenue to the counties. Because under the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, the first charge to our revenue is public debt. It doesn't matter how much we collect. If we owe so much, we must pay debt before we sit down to share between the counties and the national government. So in trying, Mr. Speaker, to do what we are doing, we are actually truncating the allocation of resources to our own counties. I listened to the majority leader engage in some debt rigmarole on the floor. Total unconvincing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker was saying things, I think, at a private session with the minister, because the minister appeared before us, and he didn't say the things he was saying. We asked the minister, can you show us your schedule of debt restructuring? He had none. Absolutely none, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to salute this young lady, the nominated Senator Faria. Brilliant. She may have voted yes, but for different reasons. Brilliant girl. She knows the figures, she knows the facts, she knows the economy. And she has been a pillar of our committee. I want to salute her on this floor, Mr. Speaker. That she signed yes is neither here nor there. She's nominated. Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker.
Nomination has no connection with voting.
She understands,
in the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
She's not protesting. Mr. Speaker, under Article 3 of the Constitution, Kenya has signed to the East African Protocol. And Article 3 of our Constitution says any international treaty we sign to automatically becomes part of our law. And the protocol says our debt to GDP should never exceed 50%. We are now about, Mr. Speaker, to take our debt to GDP to 100%. Because I asked the minister, what is our GDP? Even if he didn't answer, we know it because it's in public domain. Our GDP, Mr. Speaker, is 9.8 trillion Kenya shillings. We want to open the debt ceiling to 9 trillion. It means, Mr. Speaker, our GDP and debt weight are going to be equal. Which country does that, Mr. Speaker? Which country? I don't know of any. And I want to urge senators here, voting against this motion is not going against the president. It's not going against the government. It is not going against the treasury. We are saying, as a responsible House of Parliament, defeat this motion and follow what the budget office has advised, that bring a new set of regulations capping our debt ceiling to 7.5 trillion. Let's see how you behave with it. And nothing stops the minister from, in another 2-3 months, coming to Parliament again to justify what you have given him and then say, I have used this man responsibly, now give me an extra opening on the ceiling. That is not asking for too much. We have already shown, Mr. Speaker, as a government, that we have an extremely avaricious and uncontrollable appetite for borrowing. We've borrowed everywhere. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the current minister. This is the first time, Mr. Speaker, our committee that we sit in with Mutula Kilonzo for the last 7 years, we have seen a debt register of the Republic of Kenya. We have never seen it before. And Mr. Speaker, this debt register tells you even the mind games and the economic games that a country like China plays on Kenya. You look at the debt register, Mr. Speaker, the commercial debt from China is 660 billion Kenya shillings. The bilateral debt, or what we call concessional, from China is only 1 billion. See how China is playing on us? They're luring us into borrowing huge sums of money at commercial levels. But when it comes to concessional funding, Mr. Speaker, China, with its largest economy today on the globe, has given us only 1 billion. You look at countries, Mr. Speaker, like the Federal Republic of Germany, has given us concessional loans of 29 billion. We have got no commercial loans from Germany. So between China and Germany, who is our friend, Mr. Speaker? And we want to open up and go and borrow more from China, extend the railway to somewhere, extend I don't know what to somewhere. This is killing our country, Mr. Speaker. And we must face the facts. We are not opposing anybody. I want this country to move forward. Mr. Speaker, something else. Rose Nyamunga, I don't know if she's here. She spoke so passionately, but the anticlimax came when she said yes. She asked the minister, can you explain how projects in this country are costed? And this is a very pertinent question, Mr. Speaker. James Orengo here and I sat in the Kibaki cabinet. The road from the airport to Westlands was approved by Kibaki's cabinet at a cost of 23 billion. Beth Mugo was with us. 23 billion. Mr. Speaker, even if there was superinflation in Kenya, which there isn't. I saw the other day, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Orengo? Order, Majority Leader. Order.
Is a distinguished member for Bungoma correct in giving a very positive portrayal of that grand coalition government. When the road to China was opened under the grand coalition government, probably this government would never have gone to China had we not taken the country to China.
Senator Wetangula.
That the only reason Senator Orengo stood on a point of order is because he had mentioned his name. He didn't get the point. Mr. Speaker, what I said was this.
Be kind, Senator Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker, I even asked him, why don't you let me finish the point? What I said, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Wetangula.
If it's unkind, I will withdraw it.
Courtesy.
What I said, Mr. Speaker, was that Senator Orengo, Senator Beth Muka, and I, sitting in cabinet, approved a road from the airport to Westlands for 23 billion. And Jim, you bear me. Yes. But, Mr. Speaker, the other day I saw the president launching the same road at 63 billion. And if you live in this country, you saw it. The president launched the same road from City Cabanas to Westlands at 63 billion. It was in public domain. It is not the mistake of the president. Who is costing our projects? That is the question. Who is costing the projects? Even during that time, the minister was Franklin Bate. It was an elevated road from the airport to Westlands, ending up at the James Gichuru Junction. Let me go to another point, Mr. Speaker. I'm sufficiently informed. It's me to allow...
Order. Senator Wetangula, you're on a warpath today.
Mr. Speaker.
You never know, Senator Wetangula. Maybe...
Okay,
but anyway, it's your discretion. You know...
I know you want
Unless really it's very critical, we should not be discourteous to each other. So I'm sure Senator Wamatangi doesn't want to yes. Senator Wamatangi, use the dispatch box.
Mr. Speaker, well, now that the distinguished senator for Bungoma didn't want this in information, let me bring it as a point of,
eventually.
Let me bring it as a point of order and ask whether he is in order then to misinform the House that the road project was launched at a cost of 63 billion. Indeed, it was launched at a cost of 59 billion. So he would need to have his figures correct.
So it's 59, not 63.
Yes, Mr.
Senator Wetangula.
Very good information. 59 is very far from 23. It's very far from 23, but the figure of 63, I picked it from the media. So it's, and the media must have picked it from government documents. Mr. Speaker, I want to end so that other colleagues can contribute. I want to urge this, Mr. Speaker, that this country is in problems. And you don't solve your problems by adding more problems. We have borrowed and borrowed and borrowed, and we want to borrow even more. We even asked the minister, Mr. Speaker, if you are not going to dash to the 9 trillion that you're asking for, why don't you withdraw these regulations and bring new ones tomorrow? We will be the champions of passing them in the House. He was not ready. He said it's either 9 or nothing. That means, Mr. Speaker, that is already set. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the point that Senator Fokericho brought. This is a list that was shown by the minister of some of the mega projects that they are going to undertake with the opening of the debt ceiling. Mr. Speaker, some of our counties is like they are not in this country. Running all the way from Pokot, Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, Kakamega, Vihiga, Busia, Siaya, not a single project. Not a single project. we're opening up the debt ceiling by 3 trillion, and they're going to projects, Mr. Speaker. Where is equity in the country? Everybody pays taxes. Everybody expects development. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, the untruth that by opening the debt ceiling we are going to allow counties to borrow must be debunked. If the counties, Mr. Speaker, without borrowing have already accumulated unpaid bills of 110 billion, how are they going to manage any further borrowing if we allow them to borrow? If we go to our counties, whether it's Senator Ongeri's Kisii or Wamatangi's Kiambu, young boys who take small loans of 500,000 to do public jobs can never be paid. They're all being auctioned everywhere. They're all victims of Shylocks. So we can't tell the country that by opening up this debt ceiling, we will allow counties to borrow when counties can't pay with the money they already have. That doesn't fly, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge this House, Mr. Speaker, that today, in this House, as senators of the Republic of Kenya, let's go on record as not being rejectionist philosophers, but as a house of reason that tells the Treasury and the government, yes, we can open your ceiling, but no, not to the level you want to take this country to a GDP equal to a debt ceiling. Because, Mr. Speaker, if your GDP is 9.8 trillion and you have borrowed 9 trillion, how will the country run? We are told 52% of our revenues are paying public salaries. How are we going to pay those salaries? We have launched public projects everywhere. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when I saw the president launching the road at City Cabanas, I tweeted that, Mr. President, it was on the eve of Mashujaa Day. I salute you on Mashujaa Day, but encourage you, please, as your legacy, finish all the stalled and incomplete projects in the country instead of launching new projects. Because you can't continue launching new projects when you have no money.
Order.
So I want to encourage...
Order members.
I want to finish, Mr. Speaker, by encouraging everybody here, whether it is Senator Murkomen, who was the other day crying here about Aurora and Kimwarer, and all of us, that here, even in this list of those priority projects, Kimwarer and Aurora are not there. They are not there.
What is it? What is it, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Wetangula, Mr. Speaker, to reduce petitions and defense we make here on behalf of our counties to crying, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, if I am crying, I was crying for Aurora and Kimwarer, which I did, Mr. Speaker, and which I confess that in the list that he is holding, at least the Aurora Dam is inside there. So my only petition is on the Kimwarer Dam. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
Senator Wetangula is misleading, is in order to tell the House that the President should complete projects, and then on the other hand say, let's deny him from borrowing, Mr. Speaker. How will he complete without the money being borrowed?
Mr. Speaker, I said very logically, we never told the minister we cannot allow him to open the ceiling. We only told him he can't open it to 9 trillion because it's taking us to the equality of GDP and debt. 7.5, in fact, the committee, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, if you give me 1 minute,
yes,
the committee of the National Assembly had approved 7.5. Then when they went to the floor, as you said, every means necessary was applied.
They were whipped. Just say they were whipped.
And they quickly transformed from Saul to Paul. And lightning struck them. And they changed their mind. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage, especially the Senator for Baringo, whom I am very impressed has sat in the chamber the whole afternoon. I have no doubt
Order. Senator
that he's
Wetangula,
sitting here, Mr. Speaker.
don't you
vote
expect
with the
Senator
people
Gideon
of
Moi
Kenya.
to sit through the afternoon?
Mr. Speaker, he normally does, but he doesn't have that extreme patience. So I want to encourage Mr. Speaker that he will vote with the people of Kenya against an extra burden of debt. And Mr. Speaker, I beg to oppose.
Senator for Baringo County.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this very serious matter. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with my colleagues that we find ourselves in a very inevitable position and a very grave position indeed as a country. They say that in 2013, the public debt was around 2 trillion. Less 1.8 or so trillion, 1.2 trillion, I've been told. My records say 1.8, but 1.2. By July, we had reached threefold to nearly 6 trillion. Mr. Speaker, this, of course, is totally unsustainable. At the rate that we are going, Mr. Speaker, it will be impossible to conduct any meaningful economic activity. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we have to face the facts. The fact is that we find ourselves in a position that we do not have funds to complete the existing projects that we have. We do not have funds to complete those projects, and we do not have funds to continue doing any meaningful development projects. That's a fact. Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, the fact remains that at this position, there is no wriggle room. When the minister said, and he said to the colleagues, that he's got nothing, he has nothing, one, to give out, he cannot pay, he cannot complete, and if he does not get this gap in the ceiling, the next thing which will happen, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, will be an economic meltdown. One of the reasons which we have to be aware of and wise to is that if you do not have any wriggle room, what do? The loans that we have are extremely expensive. They're commercial loans. It is prudent that we retire the expensive commercial loans and get cheaper, sustainable loans. That is a fact. We cannot say we throw it out and continue paying expensive loans. That has not been prudent. We must borrow, retire the commercial loans, and take cheap loans and complete the existing projects that we have. That we have to do. Senator Murkomen talked about that what happens next, and he talked about that there should be a new debt management organization to be set up. That is okay, that is fine. But the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, after this, to me, is that we have to now see as a country how are we going to generate revenue in order to pay back the loans that we have. And the only way we're going to do that is that conscientiously the government must change their economic policies. We must completely change our policies. We must use the factors of production, land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and encourage them. We must unlock all that we have invested in, for example, SGR. It is pointless for SGR to carry passengers and you think that we're doing a good thing. That's consumption. We want SGR to carry goods and services, to create wealth. That's why we built it. Those are the policies which we say we need them to change. We need them to use innovations and technology to help us in our agricultural sector. One of the things that you see, agriculture contributes 25% of GDP, yet it's the least funded of all the factors of production. So while we're accepting that we have a problem, yes, we have a problem, yes, we're going to accept that we need to do X to do this, but we have to see what's going to be sustainable going into the future. Mine is that we must change our economic policies concerning land. We must change it in concerning and encourage entrepreneurship. We must give people access to cheap capital. Those are the things we must do. But we cannot run away or dodge the fact that we've got an elephant in the room. And we have to pay for it. Whether the decisions which happened was right or wrong, it has found itself on our table. And I'm saying, and I'm urging, and I'm pleading to my colleagues, let's do the right thing. I know when they say, if you look at the list, not everybody is there. But the people who are there, they're Kenyans too. Let them benefit too. Next year, I know in the next policy, they're saying that we will have our cake and eat it. Mine is just to ask and plead with my colleagues, let's be prudent. And let's do the right thing and support. Thank you.
Very well. Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to make my contribution on this very, very, very important motion. And I'm very happy that it has come at a time when this House has come out as a house of reason. Today, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I rise to contribute to this motion, I'm worried about the future generation. I'm worried about the burden which we in the current generation are continuing burdening the future generation. Our consequences, choices have consequences, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you think about the cost of borrowing in this country currently, and we think about this motion today and the actions of our voting today, either yes or no, tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, sir, the cost of borrowing in this country will skyrocket. Our economy will continue to stagnate. We've got to look at the whole issue of the economy in a much broader spectrum and ask ourselves, if we allow Treasury to raise the ceiling of the debt of borrowing in this country, how are we going to be able to ensure that we work closely with Treasury to oversight to ensure that we don't continue getting deeper down in the hole? My biggest worry, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that currently the current government is trying to carry out every single project in this country. Private sector is not being given an opportunity to be able to help the economy grow. Monopoly, Mr. Speaker, sir, is something which is being encouraged with the heavy borrowing that we are borrowing. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was looking through this report which has been tabled, and by looking at the rates, interest rates that the government is currently paying from commercial bank, it worries me. And this is the point where I agree with Senator Gideon Moi that we must retire these commercial loans. When you borrow, and you're borrowing in foreign currencies, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the interest rates are as high as 7.5% from a bank called Citigroup Global Market Europe, all the way down to some Sound Can Corporation of about 6%, it worries me. we have to figure out how are we going to be able to control our debt? How are we going to be able to manage that debt? So that, because we have put ourselves in this situation where we want to support the Big Four agenda, where we are allowing government to get into what the private sector does, construct houses, then we have to figure out and ask ourselves whether we can really continue borrowing or whether we have to change the entire policy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's a high time that this House send a very strong message to Treasury and to the Executive that the Big Four agenda may not succeed. And I think it is a high time that if we are going to allow Treasury to continue borrowing, then by all means, we have to be willing to say no to certain projects being constructed in this country. Like the housing. I've seen in the list of the projects which are supposed to be paid by the borrowing, housing is number one. Why not leave that to the private sector? Mr. Speaker, sir, the problem we are putting ourselves in is that we are not scrutinizing every single document which is being provided to us by Treasury. There's really no problem in borrowing. We're in a country where we want to live with, beyond our means. So we have to continue borrowing. My point is this. If we are going to support this, which I'm inclined to support it, I think we have to come up with proper regulations on what the government can be able to undertake and what they cannot undertake. There's no way I would support this if we'll allow the government to continue saying we want to support the Big Four agenda, build houses, universal health care, and everything, yet when you go into the manufacturing sector, monopoly still thrive. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you go to Mombasa today, at the port, next to the port, there are companies that want to be able to build their own industries, but they are not being allowed because of monopoly. So I think as we vote for this, we have to be prepared and we have to tell Kenyans that the cost of borrowing, even locally, will be higher. The interest rates locally will be higher. There's no way we are going to allow the government to borrow more and then we expect the interest rates to go down. We have to be realistic and tell Kenyans that even this interest cap that we are talking about, it will have to go away. It will have to go away because, Mr. Speaker, sir, next year, the majority of the budget of the Kenyan budget will be to repay the loans. It is sad, but it's a reality, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we are part of that generation which will burden the future generations. Although I do so with a very heavy heart, because there's really nothing I can do. I have to support this, because one of the things that I've learned in this parliament, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that although it is shameful, and I have to be honest, I stand by what
Senator
I say.
Manga. Order.
It is quite sad.
Order.
But it's a reality, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is a reality. We are living in an economy where it is slowing. It is completely slowing down. People are suffering out there, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have never in my life got into a point where when you go in and you try to buy someone a drink, you expect them to buy you another drink. They tell you, boss, I have not been paid for the last 1 or 2 weeks. This economy is slowing down. So we have to bite the bullet, but allow Treasury to raise the debt, the ceiling debt, but the debt ceiling, but try to encourage them to leave private sector to help build this economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rest my case.
Do you rest your case or you support?
I support.
Yes. you have to end by either supporting or opposing. You cannot just rest your case, whether your heart is heavy or light. It doesn't matter. You either have to support or to oppose. Senator Omanga. Order. Senator Cheriot, you are the one almost doing what you were accusing the majority leader of doing.
Asante Bwana Spika, nataka kusimama kuchangia mswada huu. Nataka nitumie lugha ya Kiswahili ndio wale wananchi ambao wanasikiza huu mjadala waelewe kile tunaongea kuhusu. Na Bwana Spika, mimi nakataa, napinga huu mswada vile niliupinga kwenye kamati. Sijabadili msimamo, bado nasimama na Wanjiko, nasimama na Nyaboke, nasimama na Akinyi. Mimi kwenye kamati hata niko kwenye ripoti ya wachache. Kwa sababu nini napinga huu mswada? Bwana Spika, yule waziri wa fedha alipokuja kwetu akiuliza waongezewe hii kuchukua deni, hakuleta ratiba ya kuonyesha pesa hii inafanya nini hiyo kwa wingi. Kwa sababu ukiona bajeti, ile pesa kama vile Mheshimiwa Aaron aliposema, ile deficit ilikuwa kwa ile pesa inakuwa 1.2 trillion. Ukiweka inafaa pesa wanahitaji.
Deficit ni nakisi
inakuwa trilioni 7.5. Sasa wanahitaji trilioni 9. Kwa nini pesa hii yote yenye ambayo hawatupi ratiba ni nini inafaa kufanyiwa? Kwa sababu tunajua Kenya hii pesa ya ufisadi, uporaji wa pesa unatokana kwenye bajeti. Na ndio kwa sababu unaona mabajeti nyingi kama NYS tulipoteza mabilioni ya pesa ambayo watu hao wa NYS hadi sasa hawajashikwa. Tunaona serikali kikimbizana na hawa wachache wenye mnaambiwa ni milioni 20, kama Gavana Sonko anakimbizwa na milioni 20 iliwekwa kwenye akaunti yake, lakini tuna mabilioni ambayo ilipotea wakifanya bajeti kwenye NYS. Hadi sasa wale ambao walikuwa kwa vyeo wenye waliidhinisha hiyo pesa hawajawekwa kushikwa. Bwana Spika, mimi nikiwa kwenye pande ya wengi wa nyumba, tumekuwa tukipigiwa simu na kulazimishwa na kiongozi wa wengi Senator Murkomen kwamba lazima tusupport mswada.
Order, Senator Manga. Order. You are out of order. If you want to discuss the majority leader, you bring a substantive motion.
Nimeelewa Bwana Spika.
Yeah.
Nasema kuwa tumekuwa tukiongelesha.
This is not a place to do party politics. You go and do your party politics in the rallies.
Bwana Spika, nimesikia. Vile nilikuwa nataka kusema kuwa hii kwa Swahili usema kizuri chajiuza, kibaya chajitembeza. Kama mswada huu ungekuwa ni mswada mzuri, kwa nini basi watu hawangejifanyia wenyewe maoni na waseme na wapige kura vile inafaa? Si ile unapata yule whip mnaweza kuwipiwa na kiongozi wa wengi, mnaambiwa hivi ndio inafaa kuwa. Kwa sababu ni ile inaonekana kuna watu mahali ambao wanataka nyumba hii seneti ipige kura vile wanataka, si vile Wanjiko ataweza faidika. Bwana Spika, kweli hii tukikubali hii kuongezwa kufunguliwa kwa serikali kuendelea kuchukua deni, kumaanisha tunaua ugatuzi Kenya hii. Tunaua ugatuzi kivipi?
What is it, Senator Orengo?
Bwana Spika, umeelewa vile Mheshimiwa Senator ambao alikuwa akiongea amesema, Senator Manga, ya kwamba wanashurutishwa, pengine hakutumia hiyo neno, lakini yale ambao amesema inamaanisha kwamba wanashurutishwa kupiga kura na kuzungumza. Hii mambo ambayo lazima irekebishwe, kwa sababu katiba yenyewe inasema ndani ya seneti ama bunge kuna uhuru ya kuzungumza na kupiga kura. Sasa inaweza ikasikizwa huko nje kwamba kuna wengine hapa ambao wanashurutishwa, na mimi sijasikia yeyote amesema yale ambayo yametoka kwa midomo yake ni mambo ya kushurutishwa. Seneta lazima aeleze kama yale ambayo anasema ameshurutishwa na Senator Murkomen ama ni yale ambayo anafikiria yeye mwenyewe.
Now, Senator Manga, wait. You see, Senator Orengo, I heard Senator Manga saying, or explaining what has transpired between her and her colleagues in her side of the House with their leader of majority. And I was very clear. I told her if she has any information suggesting that the majority leader is breaking standing orders or the Constitution, she should bring a substantive motion. What I will not allow is her to use the time provided to debate this very important issue to take part or to perpetuate political party politics. Because what happens among political parties out there is not our business. But if anything has been done that is contrary to standing orders or the Constitution, the procedure is to bring a substantive motion to discuss the majority leader. And I'm sure, I suspect, Senator Manga, that's not the direction you're going. Otherwise, party politics you go and do out there. That's where you are whipped and de-whipped. And you know, parties have ways of whipping and de-whipping. And they are allowed by law, outside, not here. So, conclude your remarks, Senator Manga.
Bwana Spika, nina huzuni sana kwamba kwa hii nyumba kwenye seneti mwezi uliopita tumekuwa kwenye vuta ni kuvute na nyumba na National Assembly kwa sababu ya ugao
bunge la kitaifa
na bunge la kitaifa kwa sababu ya ugao ambao unaenda kwenye county, na tukikubalia serikali ifungue ichukue deni zaidi, mwaka unaokuja tutapata pesa kidogo, hiyo mwaka mwingine mtongo na mtongogo tutapata pesa kidogo zaidi. Kwa hivyo inamaanishaje? Sisi hatukuwa wa kweli kama tutapitisha hii tukisema tunataka kupigania ugatuzi, tunapigania pesa nyingi ende kwa county.
Mathayo, you're not doing very well, Senator Manga. But let's hear what Senator Mathayo has to say.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, singependelea kabisa kuingia katikati ya dadangu katika heshima.
Kuingilia.
Nimesema yeye ni dadangu.
Order members.
Katikati, Bwana Spika.
What is it, Senator Kabaka? Senator Mathayo is on a point of order. So Senator Mathayo is on a point of order, so he has to rest his point of order first.
Asante Bwana Kabaka, kwa sababu ni wakili, lakini mara yake ya kwanza kuwa hapa, kwa hiyo ni sawa mkosoa kidogo.
Order, Senator Mathayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, dada yetu Senator Omanga amesema mtondogo. Hiyo ni lugha ambayo hatuwezi kuifafanua kisawasawa. Sijui kama ni sawa angesema ni kesho kutwa, alafu afike mtondogo. Asante Bwana Spika.
What is it, Senator Wetangula?
Nidhamu kwa Mheshimiwa Senator wa Kilifi kusungumuza na kutumia maneno na sentensi ambayo inaweza kutoa taharuki kwa fikra za watu kwa kusema ya kwamba hataki kuingia katikati ya mama Millicent Omanga.
Order members. Senator Manga, can you conclude?
Siwezi kubali seneta ingie katikati yangu, lakini nilikuwa namaliza hivi nikisema, Bwana Spika, hii kweli tunauza nchi yetu. Ningemalizia nikisema hivi kabla maneno hayajanipotea. Tukikubali tuachie serikali ifungue na kuchukua deni zaidi, kumaanisha tunaua ugatuzi. Na kama tulikuwa kwa kweli, kusema ukweli, tunapigania ugatuzi na tunasema tunataka pesa nyingi iende kwenye county, alafu sasa tunasema tunataka kufungua serikali endelee kuchukua deni na sasa ugatuzi na county ziendelee kupata pesa kidogo zaidi ya ile tumekuwa tukipigania juzi. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha, kusema ukweli, sisi si wa kweli. Hata Bwana Spika, ukiona chairman, mwenyekiti ambaye alileta huyo mswada, alikuwa hata anaongea polepole sana, kwa sababu tulikuwa naye kwenye kamati na ilikuwa kana kwamba hata yeye mwenyewe haamini ile anasema, kwa sababu hata sauti yake haikuwa ile ya kawaida.
You are imputing improper motives. Just, Senator Manga, just say your points. Just say your points in support or in opposition. Stop hurting other people, colleagues. It's not advisable.
Nimeelezeka, Bwana Spika.
Because you cannot say the mover doesn't believe in his motion. That's a very serious allegation to make.
Nimesikia, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ni kwa sababu tulikuwa kwenye kamati ile, na wakati waziri na baraza lake la watu ambao wanafanya kazi kule na expert kwa hii uwanja economy walikuja, sisi wote kwenye kamati tulikataa mswada ule. Lakini vile tulitoka kule, kesho yake tukaenda tena kuandika ripoti, wengine ikawa wamebadili mawazo. Ikakuwa sikuelewa walibadili aje kutoka saa ile tulikuwa nao tukielezwa, na kesho yake saa ile tunaandika ripoti. Ni wanatumia, iwezi kuwa serikali inachukua deni, ikitaka kulipa inachukua deni ingine, inalipa deni ingine na inalipa ingine. Haiwezi hiyo. Kumaanisha tunatengeneza shimo ambayo haina mwisho. Na kusema ukweli, Spika, hii itakuwa ni madhara kwa hata watoto wetu na watoto wa watoto wetu ambao wanakuja. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Spika, mimi naupinga huu mswada.
Senator Kabaka, approach the chair. Senator Charagai. Senator Kabaka, approach the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this motion that has been brought to the House. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, the country is not doing very well in terms of economy. And Mr. Speaker, I want to go into the history from discouraging Kenyans and the government from this treacherous, slippery, and tactbat of borrowing in an insatiable way appetite, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have heard my colleagues are saying as of June 2019, our public debt was standing at 5.81 trillion Kenyan shillings. Mr. Speaker, according to World Bank, because I've seen many people alluding to it, the World Bank had said developing countries should not borrow more than 40% against their GDP, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I happen to have attended when the Cabinet Secretary, the acting Cabinet Secretary in charge of Treasury and National Planning was there. he could not answer two questions. One was on irreducible minimum, which the committee and the senators were there of 7.5 trillion. Two, he gave us a skewed project allocation across the country. As we speak, Nandi County, sadly, there is no project that is being funded through this heavy uncontrollable gluttonous borrowing by the national executive government, Mr. Speaker. Even, for example, the Keben Dam that was supposed to be funded, it was not in the list. Most of those projects was just being borrowed to favor skewed regions. So the big question, are we borrowing on behalf of 47.6 million Kenyans, or are we borrowing for the few people that want to misuse that money, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, secondly, I want to say, even as the economy is not doing very well, the World Bank has said and that the borrowing levels of this country is very dangerous. The Chinese loans are very dangerous. They are conditional loans. The commercial loans that they give us is that we must have a small agreement that we must use Chinese contractors. So the big question is, we are borrowing from China and we must give them to Chinese contractors, which means the money will go back to China. What are we doing about these conditional conditional loans that are being given to the Kenyans, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I want to say that even on other aspect of, in terms of, on the borrowing to pay debts, it's not very good, Mr. Speaker, because one, the revenue collection will go down. It means the reduction of revenue will also add the essential services that are supposed to be given. Because, God forbid, if we continue borrowing against the GDP of, we want to raise our borrowing to 9 trillion, and now against 9.8 trillion, it will mean in future we might cede control of strategic national assets to foreign creditors. For example, I've seen Mombasa Port, the issue of JKI. These are some of the strategic assets that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we continue borrowing, the social programs means that the revenue we raise will be used to pay debts. It means the social programs that we have in this country will not be sustainable, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the third point is on the issue of devolution. The more we borrow, and I have read the recommendation of I happened when the Parliament Budgetary Office talked to the committee, and they said, Mr. Speaker, that the moment we continue borrowing, it is not safe for the country. And it means the money allocated for our counties, the census are out. I've seen Tarakanidi is not doing very well. Maybe you should encourage men to go home early by 7 and start baby making session so that the quiet numbers can go up. And that is what we are looking into the future, where money will be allocated based on population, not based on trees on landmass, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of interest of loan, it is so sad that the country we have the highest number of unemployed young people. In this country, more old people are being given jobs as opposed to young people. We are telling young people to take loans, yet we want to remove the interest of those loans. It means these young people cannot borrow and go to do entrepreneurial opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, if we have to cure this issue, I want to tell the government, even as they want to increase this borrowing to 9 trillion, that vitu ni different kwa ground. Where I come from, Mr. Speaker, a liter of milk is being sold at 20 shillings per liter. The T-bonus is doing badly. The maize is doing badly. The economy is not doing very well. Kenyans do not have money, Mr. Speaker, and yet we allow government to continue borrowing. We are not against the treasury, we are not against anybody. But this is the right time in the history of the Senate to stand with Kenyans and say no to uncontrolled, gluttonous borrowing by the government so that our economy will not do it unexpected, Mr. Speaker. Even the value addition we are doing. I would have expected even this borrowing should have happened, Mr. Speaker. We should have, even the Cabinet Secretary, Acting Cabinet Secretary Kuri Yatani, should have told us that he's borrowing even to resettle the Mau evictees. Now the evictees are being evicted and no one is talking about them. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow the government to borrow. And I want to stand that when this motion comes, I will vote against it. Because I've heard the voice of the people of Nandi, that we shall not continue to borrow, yet the economy is not doing very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, even as we look at the on-source revenue by the counties and the revenue collections that we have, even as we look at the increased investment in human capital to promote entrepreneurial, and the government has been trying through technical training, vocational training centers, Mr. Speaker. We have been talking about value addition and manufacturing. We have been talking about agriculture sector. Yet these things have not been done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues, senators, this is the right time. We are standing at the pedestal of the history of this country. I want to call upon my colleagues that we reject resoundly this insatiable appetite of borrowing by the government. We are not against anybody, Mr. Speaker. This is the conscience, and the people of Nandi have told me to vote against this massive and uncontrolled, unprecedented borrowing by the government. We must stop this, Mr. Speaker. Even as we agree, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, there are many projects across the country. But why is it that these projects come from specific regions? Even in the entire of North Rift, even in Nandi, there are no serious projects that have been undertaken, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say even Senator Kangata and the Chief Whip, Senator Susan Kiiga, they have been whipping, which is okay. But on this, let us stop political party politics here. Let us vote with Kenyans. Kenyans will not forgive us if we continue to borrow simply because we want to please our political parties. Let us vote based on conscience and to protect Kenyans, because vitu ni different kwa ground. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Kabaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Also to hear my voice with regard to this important debate. But before I start, I wish to go on record that Machakos has voted no. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, a lot has been said, and I don't want to repeat or to be accused of what we call tautology, trying to repeat what other good-minded senators have said. But one thing is very clear. Borrowing is no bad. But the problem is, does this country have what we call both physical and monetary discipline to handle these enormous, ceiling they are requiring us to approve, the 9 trillion? My answer is no. Simply because of the history of corruption in this country. We normally say that, for those who sit with us in the finance budget, that very clearly money is stolen at the time of doing the budget. And this is our fear for those senators who are voting no. We may be few, but the truth will be told. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to say that I don't know why this government is allergic to legal controls or checks and balances. Because if I may borrow some semblance of what happened in body corporate or maybe in companies, we do know that companies, under the companies law and other related laws, directors do borrow whenever they want to undertake some projects. But there is always some austerity measures which they must follow, because this is business. And that's why I'm saying, typically or similarly, the government, which is also managed in the same way as a body corporate, should also be guided by prudential guidelines, or even what we call in banking semblance, what we call Basel's 1 and 2. So there's no way we are going to have, borrowing which is unmatched with the legal controls. We must be controlled by the laws of the land. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish also to say that I've also looked at the table or the schedule of the projects which the PS or the CS of the Finance and Treasury has given. And I've found that there are no new projects for Machakos County. And indeed, most of the projects which I know, they have stalled for no reasons. Absolutely. And I think it's because of lack of enough adequate provisions of funds to do the project. Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't know what to tell the people of Machakos if I would blindly support this motion. If at all, we are not going to see cost-benefit analysis of it. Mr. Speaker, sir, I need to interrogate further, and that's why I'm saying this debate, Mr. Speaker, sir, even if there is almost 1.5 hours, this debate should not end today. Parties should not vote today. That debate should continue even tomorrow, even this whole week, so that Kenyans will know the problem with the Treasury. Mr. Speaker, as I settle, I wish to say that majority from the sides where I'm seated are voting no. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, like most people have said here, we are not being de-whipped to follow this motion blindly. But we are following it on a rationality, on a financial prudence, on economic policies which will help this country. Mr. Speaker, I reject this motion. Thank you.
Senator Were.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. And on the onset, I want to say that I oppose the regulations that seek to amend the PFM Act. Mr. Speaker, I would first want to say that I'm a very happy person today for this reason, that my party ANC has been vindicated. For a long time, my party leader, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, has been talking about increasing debt and its effect to this country. And Mr. Speaker, now the chicken have come home to roost, and that is where my happiness lies. But that aside, it is sad for this country where we are taking it if we allow, if we open up the debt ceiling by more than 50%. Mr. Speaker, the Committee for Finance has told us that they asked for the Treasury for a debt restructuring formula. What is it they have done to restructure the debt that is there now? They were not given that information. So who are we then to allow them to increase debt, which they cannot manage? Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak like a normal Kenyan. Maybe Kenyans will understand. In this country, we have something called Shylocks. And Shylocks offer the highest loans, especially to desperate people, and they take advantage. So, Mr. Speaker, if you have loans from a Shylock or two, you don't borrow from more Shylocks, because that will sink you. And that is where we are. That is where we are as a country, Mr. Speaker. And this kind of borrowing, Mr. Speaker, is going to distress our people. A friend of mine, his name is called Edward Omungala, has actually written about how we need to brace ourselves for the days to come. So in essence, this bracing of ourselves is saying that we are in a deep hole and we cannot continue to dig that hole while we are in there. We'll bury ourselves. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I oppose vehemently the idea brought about by this motion that we open up or we revise our debt ceiling to increase it by 50%. Mr. Speaker, this country is suffering from something called corruption. And we have institutionalized corruption to an extent that opening up this ceiling is going to make it possible for more corruption to occur. We have not been given projects that cover the whole country that are going to be financed by this extra money we are going to borrow. So how are we supposed to approve something whose benefit we cannot see outright? As representatives of the people at the county level, if we are not seeing the benefit to our county, why should we give them money? Mr. Speaker, we should note that the devolution of counties is for the people and it's not for governors. So governors may accept something, but that is for their own personal selfish interest and not necessarily for the interest of counties. So as Senate, we represent counties and not just governors. Governors are holding the counties in trust for the people, just like we do. And therefore, we should not accept to increase debt just because governors have said they want to do so. Mr. Speaker, we also know that increasing debt is going to affect financing to our counties or funding of the counties. Already, Mr. Speaker, we suffer from something that has been going on now since devolution started. We devolved functions but did not devolve funds in some of the most crucial areas like health. So are we going to increase debt that is going to limit further funding to counties? We cannot allow that to happen. Then if we do that as Senate, we'll be going against our mandate, which is to protect devolution, to protect counties and their governments. Mr. Speaker, when you take too much money from Shylocks, they come and auction you. I'm seeing ourselves being auctioned, especially by external creditors. Mr. Speaker, and auctioning the country is a sad state, the same way if you would be auctioned even as an individual. We have companies like KQ, which run the risk of being the first to go, because, Mr. Speaker, I have seen KQ, we have like foreigners sort of managing KQ. It will be the first thing that will be taken by these foreigners who have given us money. Already KPA has always been under threat from people we owe money. So, Mr. Speaker, for protection of this country and its dignity, I oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this chance also to contribute to the ongoing motion. Let me say from the onset that I support. And I'll give my reasons for supporting. Mr. Speaker, sir, I agree with the cry in the House and in the country that things are difficult, and they are difficult at the moment. I also want to agree that the projects which have been built in the country, quite a lot of them, they have been overpriced because of the corruption that we all know has existed in the country. But then at the same time, the government has taken action on corruption, which we all support, and those people, most of them have been taken to court or on the process of being taken to court, and we do hope that indeed they will be held accountable by the courts and pay back to the state. Mr. Speaker, I say I support because the projects which have been undertaken, development projects, have been undertaken in Kenya, mainly for infrastructure. We all know that no country can develop without sound infrastructure. We also know it is a fact that taxes which we pay or any country can never be able to develop enough infrastructure without borrowing. And therefore, what has been borrowed has been mostly for building infrastructure, not for paying salaries, not for recurrent expenditure. It's for development. And if we want to grow and to go to the next stage, as we are now, from being called underdeveloped or developing world. We have definitely to put a lot of focus on infrastructure, and that is what this government has done. Borrowing, if we can remember even what happened in America after the Second World War, President Hoover, President Roosevelt is the one who built most of the infrastructure after the World War II. And the masses were complaining because there was so much poverty at that time. And even those who have seen the film on President Roosevelt, people were walking on the railway because even transport they could not manage. He built Hoover Dam, and a lot of complications and complaints. But today, Hoover Dam is part of what opened up the West and central states of the United States, the Middle West. Those infrastructure projects he did is what propelled America to where it is today. And I think the vision of this government has been infrastructure to propel our country to higher heights. But indeed, some of the people, as always, decided to take aside some of the money that was meant for development. But we cannot say that development was bad because some people stole. I agree on allowing the request being made by the Treasury. Because of what has happened, we cannot let our country come to a standstill. Because if the minister has said, we need this to be able to move forward, or we need this to be able to borrow and pay the expensive loans and borrow cheaper loans, it does make sense. What is the alternative? What we should be doing for those who are objecting is giving what is an alternative for the way forward. Yes, we suffer. People are suffering today. Yes, there are not enough jobs. But what is being built today, the infrastructure, is what will open up for the jobs tomorrow. And I want to believe that our future generations will be happy with the development that is done, with the infrastructure that's being done, and they will be able to pay for whatever loans, if we haven't finished paying for them, because the means will be there. We cannot say that we stop there, where we are, and start going backwards because we are afraid of taking loans, more loans. And all countries, even Europe, even America, takes loans, even has taken loans from China. What's wrong with a developing country also taking loans, not from Europe, who are taking loans from China, so we are taking the loan secondhand. We have a right also to shop where it is best to shop. Why does America, a big country, take loans from such countries as China? If China called American loans today, they would also be in big problems. So let us not be intimidated. Let us not stop developing our country, getting to the middle income bracket, or even better, the second world, because of being afraid to take loans. Because no country can develop with taxes. When the government increases taxes, again, it's hue and cry. And I emphasize and sympathize with the situation today. But I want to believe what's being done today will give Kenya a better future than if we choose to remain a developing country. We should aspire to be a developed country. And those countries which have developed, who are developed today, they went through the same route, including Germany, which had been completely demolished during the World War II. Where are they now? They are the leading country in Europe. And we are the leading country, if not one of the leading countries in Africa. And with those remarks, I want to strongly support this motion and to ask my colleagues, please let us give Kenya a chance also to develop. And let us also explain to our people why we are where we are and support the government.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Senator Mugo. Senator Linturi.
Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the members of this House that some time back, in the year 2017, Kenyans woke up very early to elect us as their representatives. And Mr. Speaker, the power of the people is only demonstrated or exercised once every 5 years when they have an opportunity to elect leaders, because we are supposed to be accountable to them, and that's why they cede their authority or their power to us. When, Mr. Speaker, this happens, it is my considered opinion that we are supposed to exercise that authority of the people for their good and for the good of this country. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us here is a very important motion for this country, where, Mr. Speaker, as a business person, and I would want to use very elementary language to demonstrate why it is important to borrow money. Mr. Speaker, we borrow money for us to increase our working capital, for us to do business. We borrow money or we restructure debts so that we can create capital by expanding the period by which we are supposed to retire those debts, so that we can be able to meet the immediate business needs, so that we can be able to have an healthy environment to do business. Mr. Speaker, this motion is coming at a time when everyone in this country is really crying. Everybody is able to feel the economic pain that we are going through for lack of money is evident all over, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, for those that have had the benefit of walking into a bank to borrow some money, there are very few questions that bankers will always ask whenever you want to get some finance. But the most critical, Mr. Speaker, is the ability, or whether your cash flows are able to finance the repayment of that particular debt. That's one of the most important things, and what the money that you are asking for is going to do. Mr. Speaker, if we are borrowing money to do projects for the good of the country, then with returns, putting in money that will stimulate the economy to the extent that we will be able to raise more revenues as a country to support the repayment of the debt, then that kind of debt, in my view, would be prudent in such circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I have heard many speakers trying or saying that when Treasury appeared before the committee they were not satisfied, or the Treasury did not satisfy the committee in terms of what the money was supposed to do, how the money would be repaid, and Mr. Speaker, in the absence of such information, then it will be completely wrong for us as the people's watchdog. It will be an act of irresponsibility on our part.
What is it, Senator Murkomen?
The Speaker, I apologize to Senator Linturi, but because of the interest of time, permit me, Mr. Speaker, to move a procedural motion for extension of time, like you've already permitted me with your permission.
Yes.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order 31(3)(a), the Senate resolves to extend its sittings time until conclusion of debate of the motion in order number 8 in today's order paper, and ask Senator Kiika to second.
Senator Kiika.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second.
Other members, I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 31(3)(a), the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time until exhaustion or conclusion of debate of the motion in order number 8 in today's order paper. Other members, I put the question, which is, pursuant to Standing Order 31(3)(a), the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time until conclusion of debate of the motion in order number 8 in today's order paper. This is vote by acclamation. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. Thank you. Proceed, Senator Linturi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I hope with that extension, probably Mr. Speaker will be able to give me more time. Mr. Speaker was at the point where I was saying, with the power given to us by the people of Kenya, it will be an act of irresponsibility on our part as the elected people in this country to vote blindly on a motion that seeks to expand the debt limit without first interrogating and getting convinced that, Mr. Speaker, that the money we are seeking to borrow will go to the right use. Mr. Speaker, without trying to establish whether we are, in terms of cash flow projections, whether this country has enough money, enough cash flows to pay for the debt. That has to be established. And why I'm apprehensive, Mr. Speaker, and why I'm not convinced, is because when you look at how we raise our revenue, how we collect our taxes, and where our taxes come from, I'm left wondering if our coffee is not doing well, our tea is not doing well, our milk is not doing well, or our agricultural sector, because it's supposed to be the largest employer in the country. If for those contractors or those people that do business with government have permanently delayed payments, and for that matter, because of delayed payments, KRI is not able to collect pay as you earn, is not able to collect VAT in good time, then I cannot be convinced that we are properly prepared, we have enough money to pay for the debt when it is so required. Mr. Speaker, without forgetting what the role of this House is, where we must be the protectors of our counties and their governments, I might want to remind everyone that when you look at the provisions of Article 203, before the equitable share is agreed on, the first charge on our locally raised revenues is public debt. And if it's public debt, Mr. Speaker, and the kind of pull and push that we've had just the other day with the Division of Revenue Bill, or the Division of Revenue Act, Mr. Speaker, this tells you that if we were to blindly give this clearance, I am sure next year we will even get our counties into deeper problems. It will not be possible for us to get the 316.5 billion that we were able to raise in the next year. Because what it means by that increase, probably you realize that the repayments will have to increase, and we are not sure whether the money, if so taken, will be able to be used in the right way to stimulate the economy and hence ensure enough revenue is raised. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we went to Garbatula, we went to Isiolo and Meru hospitals. The kind of waste, the kind of plunder of public resources through choreographed government contracts is amazing. We were able to visit a number of hospitals who have been given the MES or the MESE equipment scheme. Yesterday I will learn another term that is it's called the MESE equipment scheme. Mr. Speaker, we went, we saw, and the report, some of the report that was brought to the committee by the ministry itself that time was certain or a number of equipments were delivered to certain hospitals. Counter-checking on the ground, Mr. Speaker, what we found was completely opposite. When we asked the personnel on the ground when these equipments were delivered, how much money was spent, I was shocked. What shocked us, Mr. Speaker, is some equipments were delivered in 2015. Today they have never been used. Yet the ministry continues to pay for them quarterly. So if we have a government that is not able to check the kind of plunder, the kind of resources that they are wasting every month, and some of them, or some of the monies or projects that are being funded by donors, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I can trust. I have no confidence with the same people managing or increasing the limit to 9 billion, because I am very afraid that this money may not go for the intended use. Mr. Speaker, to finalize, it is, I think, we have a duty as elected people, the representatives of the people, to once in a while consult, talk to the people, get them to understand what kind of issues are before the Senate or any other parliament for debate. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, I have done 6 meetings in the county of Meru. 6 meetings, and have appeared on a TV program. And Mr. Speaker, whenever I asked a question, whether the people of Meru are giving me the authority to go and vote to increase the debt ceiling from 6 billion to 6 trillion to 9 billion, the answer has been no. That is the report I got from my people. These are my employers. These are my bosses. These are the people that, in their wisdom, decided I must sit in the Senate to represent their interests. And the worst vote that came, Mr. Speaker, is when I appeared on Uhuru TV. The question was raised when I was there. What is your view? Do you support Linturi's position or the government's position on increase of public debt? Only 6% of the voters sent from Meru go and increase. 94% say no. So who am I to stand before the Senate and go against the wish of the people of Meru? Mr. Speaker, time has come when we must stand up to be counted. Time has come when we must say no to this reckless borrowing.
You are behaving like a cheering squad in a marathon race.
Time has come, Mr. Speaker, to resist.
Assume your seat and celebrate with dignity. Cheer with dignity.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying time has come when we must stand up to be counted. When we must resist, by all means possible, the kind of undue influence, the kind of threats that we receive every day. Mr. Speaker, Orengo will tell you.
Senator Orengo.
No. Yes, it's a living testimony. If in their time, if they did not rise up to say no to the banned rule of KANU and President Moi, Kenya will not be multi-party. If we can't stand up today to say no to this reckless borrowing, we will get this country into deeper debt. We will be auctioned. Every Kenyan here, whenever you get home, you will just be dealing with very miserable people because of the kind of a situation that we've participated in putting them in. Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to oppose this one, and in the event I'm not in tomorrow, I'll vote by proxy, and my vote must be checked. It must be no, if I will not be here to vote tomorrow.
Order, you are not supposed to disclose what you will do tomorrow. Voting is your right, whichever way. Yes. Very well. Minority Leader.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I have listened very keenly to what has been said this afternoon. And everything that has been said about what is happening about the Kenya's economy is correct. And it is also true that when the Cabinet Secretary approached Parliament, both houses of Parliament, on this issue of the debt ceiling, he pleaded guilty in the sense that he did not mince words by saying that we are approaching not only just a debt crisis, or that we had a debt crisis, but we are having a financial crisis. And this is something that has been with us, not today. I mean, the issue of the levels of debt in this country is not a new matter. This is a matter that even during the very first governments under KANU and subsequently, the issue of debt has always been a question that has troubled the minds of the people of Kenya and its leaders. Mr. Speaker, if anybody goes to the records in the Hansard, what I've said about debt and borrowing, it has been consistent with a lot of the things that have been said today. The thing that I fear about what people have been saying today, and the only person that I commend of trying to approach a solution, because it's no good as leaders for us to say that we cannot allow the levels of debt to go up without offering a comprehensive solution. What is it that we're coming out with as a Senate? And you see, the tools are not with the national government. It is with Parliament. If you look at the Constitution, the levels of borrowing are things that are legislated by Parliament. It is not lost to me that the ceiling on debt applies only to external debt, the internal debt. There is no ceiling, as it were. And that's why you see in this report all the intended debt or the sources of these loans are all external, intended external debts. And to that extent, you find that borrowing locally, as we speak today, nearly 90% of the local borrowing in the Republic of Kenya is being done by the Republic of Kenya, is by the government of Kenya. If you look at what the government pays in terms of interest and penalties on this internal debt, the situation is even worse. In fact, our bigger problem is not the ceilings about external debt, but internal debt has got consequences that you cannot imagine. It means that money is scarce to business. And when money is scarce to business, you find that, people cannot undertake business in the private sector. And, Mr. Speaker, I want us as legislators not just to talk about the problem. I would be happy if we are talking about the solution. And Kenya is approaching the situation that was there in Greece. The Greeks were experiencing a debt problem. That is what brought the financial crisis in Greece. And what solutions did they offer initially? The solution was to increase tax. And by the way, increasing tax is an option. And I remember when the National Assembly was debating on the increases on VAT, even this Senate, nobody came up with a motion to try and say, what the National
What is
Assembly...
it, Senator Linturi? Are you on a point of order? All right, okay. Proceed, Senator Orengo, sorry.
Yes. The Greek debt crisis at the end was resolved by looking for other sources of funds from Europe. That's how it was resolved. Because the Greek government said, okay, we are overburdened by debt. How can we solve it? They increased the taxes, VAT. They brought in austerity measures. One of the things that we as leaders are not prepared to live with is austerity measures. That means we don't have projects. They must stall the way they are. We must reduce our salaries like the government in Bolivia tried. They reduced salaries, including of the president. I think the president was not even earning salary. He was earning allowances. Those austerity measures have also got consequences, but I don't know whether this parliament or the people of Kenya are prepared to live with these austerity measures, because those can even be more drastic like they tried in Greece. In Greece, they ended up by looking for structured borrowing, and the source of that money was European Union. Now, the Great Depression in America, how did it emerge? Part of it was debt. The biggest growth of the U.S. economy was after the Great Depression because, they didn't push the country into austerity. They went to build roads. The biggest infrastructure in the United States were built after the Great Depression. So I'm urging this parliament that, yes, we're in the doghouse. How do we get out of it? That's what I've been waiting to hear throughout the debate in this afternoon. I've not had a single situation. How do you get out of this debt crisis? Not even a suggestion that we should increase taxes. And the KRA, you know what the KRA is doing now? Because they cannot meet their targets, they are criminalizing the tax recovery process. They are running into criminal courts because people are not paying taxes. Now, once you take the taxpayer to criminal courts, then people would rather not pay tax or go into business because at the end of the day, it makes business a very dangerous.
What is it, Senator Cheriot?
Apologies for interrupting the leader of minority, but I don't think it's in order to suggest that he hasn't had any proposed solutions from those who are opposed to the increase of this ceiling. Yet the report that is before this House, Mr. Speaker, attached to it is a report from those of us who dissented at 9 trillion. We have specified what we think our proposal, starting with the figure of 7.5 and how it can be achieved, broken down year on year. I think that is a fair point.
Very well.
That is like somebody whose wife has just delivered, and you say the time has not come for another child. Or that is really staggering. You are ultimately going to get that loan anyway, but you're just staggering it. It's just like Dukawalas used to pay Africans. Instead of paying you the whole salary, they give you 10 shillings a week or something like that. That will not resolve the problem, because if you go to international money markets, they look at your capacity to borrow. And by the way, at international money markets, they will not give you money unless they are sure that it is anchored in the law. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I still insist that I have not seen anything, both from the report from the minority, of the committee, and also from the debate we have today as to the solution to the problem we have today. And this crisis is not just being talked about by the cabinet secretary. I think the president started talking about this a long time ago. Yeah.
Would you like to be informed? Yes, Senator Pogisho.
Senator Cheruiyot, being a member of the committee, understands that when you're dealing with regulations, you don't have you cannot amend the report. It's either you pass it or you don't pass it. So these amendments that they're being suggested, Speaker, is not even an option as a solution. So I just wanted to inform him that it is very clear that you have to continue offering solutions, so that the proposal to amend is not a solution. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Speaker, in saying all this, I want to confess that the government does not behave well in this regard. How they have borrowed, how they have used the money. Sometimes we go into projects like I want the SGR to go everywhere, including Kisumu, but the way it has been implemented is a total disaster. There are many other projects like that which one can mention without end. And I think the solution this time around is to look at the law, because the Constitution has provided a framework where Parliament is the one to set the limit. That's why we have this, this Gazette notice, because it cannot happen without the approval of Parliament. This is the legislative framework. But we need a law in place that measures up to what the Constitution desires. Because, you know, Article 211 of the Constitution says, Parliament may make legislation, A, prescribe the terms on which the national government may borrow, not just even the limit, the terms on which the national government may borrow, and B, impose reporting requirements. We don't have that law in place. And my learned friend, Senator Faki, is going to probably address the sub-article 2, which is equally important. There's never been a request by the Senate or the National Assembly on these issues of borrowing. Now, if you look at the Public Finance Management Act, that act needs to be amended, because on the question of management of the public debt, it has been left entirely to the Cabinet Secretary and the National Debt Office. That needs to be changed. So the Parliament has a role, direct role, not to act like a mortician, but on a regular and persistent basis to control and regulate how debt is managed by the National Debt Office. I looked at that law, and it is my hope that probably in ensuring that we can manage debt, we should effectively come with amendments to the Public Finance Management Act and the regulations which have been made thereunder. And if we go back to what has happened in the last 7 or even 15 years on this issue of debt, I mean, some people are standing here and speaking as if, they're with the people, and others are not with the people. I mean, these statements were made when, some people were just watching, spectating. When it was the right moment, the early warning signals were there. They didn't even take that cue to come out with the appropriate legislation. But now that the thing is being brought down, is when they say, no, Wanjiku. Wanjiku required leaders with some element of vision. You don't wait until the problem is at your door. Then you think of solutions. You are like somebody who's, instead of running, to save a sinking boat, you wait for it to sink, and then you said, I swam 100 miles to get the bodies of those who are, and then patting yourself on the back that you're a hero. No, you're not a hero. You should have jumped in the lake when those people are still alive and not dead. Now, we want the Kenyan economy to crash. Obama was not scared when he inherited an economy that was collapsing, that was in debt, even when he was being accused of socializing the American economy, that he was acting as a socialist, that he was giving corporate welfare to General Motors. He stood up and said, this is what must be done in these circumstances. And Trump inherited an economy that had been repaired by President Obama. Now, I I'm surprised that there could be members of the Jubilee Party who wants this economy to crash. Even us as a opposition, we not want to inherit an economy that has crashed. In the spirit of patriotism, in certain circumstances where it is required, we must come together, yeah? Instead of allowing the economy to crash. I know some people are saying, this is it. We've got the government at, in a corner. In fact, I've been saying that probably we had this street demonstration at the wrong time. This is the time. Probably this will be the time. People are demonstrating in Lebanon, in Chile, on similar issues. Yeah. This probably could be the wrong time, but our worldview is different. Some people want, to have a cadaver, but we want to save the baby. We are like King Solomon. So I am surprised. Even my friend, Senator Aaron Cheriot, I respect you. When you talk, I listen. I never make any noise. But you're always so full of solutions. Mr. Speaker, I must say that all the senators on the side opposite, and of course Senator Murkomen, he knows when I hit him for a good reason. But he's always full of solution. If you look at the law regarding devolution, part of the solution on how we should create these entities and how they should behave, thanks to Senator Murkomen, or even Senator Sakaja, sometimes it comes with things which make sense. But just opposing. I have lived in this parliament of people who oppose like Anyona. If it was opposing, nobody could be as good as Anyona or Serone. These things, people have done them. Well, how has this country treated them? Heroes. Is that good enough? There's a general in the United States of America who used to say, General Patton, you are not paid to save your country by dying for your country. You make the other person die for his country. You want to kill your country. We must save Kenya. We cannot have Kenya crashing. And Kenya is the hub, is the strongest economy, even with our problems. We are the strongest economy in the region. We must be proud of that. And Kenya is the hub. Kenya is the hub. If we didn't make the wrong decisions, what is happening in Ethiopia now in Addis Ababa should be happening in Kenya. We should have built an airport of international standards 10 years ago. But the naysayers were saying, oh, we are borrowing a lot of money. Look at what is happening in Dubai. They are not even happy with the airport they have now. They have built a completely new airport. Three times the size. Go to Beijing in China. They have built the biggest airport in the world. Go to Japan. The levels of borrowing in Japan is about 90% of GDP. Canada is over 60% of GDP. Here we are still talking about lower than 60%. What is wrong is corruption, waste, and a government which wakes up when there's already destruction. Sometimes I look at how we behave. Sometimes people find glory in arresting people and take them to the courts, that we are dealing with corruption. Dealing with corruption is closing the loopholes. You make sure that no money is stolen. And you cannot be saying you're solving the problem by dragging people to court. That's not a solution. So I beg this Senate that let's rise up to the occasion. It may sometimes appear unpopular. If you want populist politics, they are there. But there are populist politicians in Europe. There are so many, to the left and right. But populism for the sake of it has never helped. Has never helped. You can stand in a rally and be the watchman of the people. Shikuku used to say he's the people's watchman. But he lost an election. He lost an election, despite the name he had. So if you think you're going to win an election because of this dead thing, my friend, you're still too far. I must say with respect. Mr. Speaker, probably I've spoken too much. But I believe what is not happening in this country is, for example, the president, when he's in a crisis like this, he should be calling the leader of the majority And the country knows that the president of the country is meeting with Senator Murkomen and his team to discuss the debt crisis and offering solutions. He should call the majority leadership in the National Assembly and discussing. And he should not be afraid to call the opposition. By the way, Pelosi is in the White House every other day talking to Trump in order to address national problems. But here, and I urge President Uhuru, he should create more time to meet with the leadership, like a problem like this. Even the way this Gazette notice has been brought. There are lawyers in this house, they could have suggested, like Senator Mutula was saying, let's craft it this way or that way. Yeah? But it's left to the bureaucrats, and then the bureaucrats are told, make sure the committee passes it, make sure the Senate passes it. I think that is the bit that I'm not happy with, because then the Senate is being taken for granted, and even the National Assembly is being taken for granted, that we should just pass things because we have been told to do so. But I can make that distinction between that bad behavior and recognizing that the country is in a big crisis. And the president, when he refused to pay the teachers, the problem with Sossion is suffering for no good cause. You can never find a better trade unionist like Sossion. He's way above the mark, and he's not a troublist. But when he stood firm and said teachers must be paid, and he was told there was no money, when the president said there is no money, he meant it. We are living to that reality that there's no money. Even the way the Chief Justice was talking yesterday is very uncharacteristic of the Chief Justice to talk in the manner that he was talking. Senator Aaron Cheriot should have addressed another press conference saying why is our money being cut by the Treasury. Because Treasury indirectly is applying austerity measures without saying so. But I think austerity measures are not going to solve the debt crisis that we're in. Either we say we don't give them the money, let the economy go under, and then we think for other solutions. Either we have a revolution on the streets, make sure that I never hear you saying that people at the Mau should not be compensated. I'll be very happy, let them just go away. Me, I have taken a position that people in Mau must be compensated if they have to be taken out of that land. You cannot take people who live in your country and they have no shelter, and you just say they should just go. That solution must be offered. But then where would the money come from? We need to provide that solution. And every government entity now, if you go to any ministry, there are austerity measures. Yes, the other day when I was in court, I was appearing before a magistrate and I said, we have run short of paper. I mean, it's as bad as that. And you are saying, let's give paralyzed government, teach them a lesson. I think at the end of the day, you'll find that some people actually make more money when the country is in a lot of problems. When there's war, they're warmongers. When the economy is not doing well, then you have the black economy, the underworld, they do much better. So let's do things in a regular way, but plead with the government of Uhuru Kenyatta that do not just make decisions without giving the leadership some kind of public participation. Even if you are not recognized as senators, we should be recognized as part of the public so that people get to understand why you have to increase the levels of debt. Because a lot of people even in the country, if they knew the reasons why we want to increase that ceiling, probably they will support that position. But I know that if I go to Siaya today and stand at the market in Siaya and tell them, should he have more debt, they will say no. But if there are no drugs in the hospitals, the same members of the public will say, no, we want drugs in the hospital. So let me not belabor the point. I think this is one time that we can come together.
What is it? What is it, Senator Cheruiyot?
The minority leader has spoken so well, and is about to conclude, and there are two words I would wish that he concludes his speech with, so that he wraps it up and gives it a very good spirit of what he was saying. The two words are tuko pamoja.
Order. Order, Senator. Senator Cheruiyot, you are out of order. You are out of order, Senator Cheruiyot. Completely out of order. Conclude, Senator Orengo, and I advise that we conclude along the lines you.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker,
debate.
you gave very good advice that when we come to this chamber, there are other laws that operate. Out there, we may call each other names, but when we are here, we treat each other with absolute respect. So that's why I think he's still not following the man who introduced him to this house. Those are still very good lessons to learn. But without a doubt, Mr. Speaker, if I can just digress, I have a lot of respect for Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, because I think anytime he stands, he prepares well. I listen to him in the morning. So I think he was saying that with the tongue in the cheek. I'll never say tuko pamoja. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
Very well, very well, very well. Senator Professor Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to weigh in on a very important motion before this House. And I think I've listened very carefully on the proposals that are being put before this House from both sides of the House, of the divide. It has taken a crisis to bring this report before Senate. Before that period of time, Senate never figured anywhere in the final resolution of this report, particularly on the money matters. Let me say it without any contradiction, that the public debt after the Grand Coalition is stood at 1.8 trillion. Today, according to the Central Bank survey, it's at 6.2 trillion. And therefore, public debt as a ratio to GDP is over 50%. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the fundamental issues we should be asking, that the majority side has had an opportunity as a government to interrogate and to be able to give us an internal critique on how the government finances must move and go. And they normally do that through the expression of proposals as budget proposals to the National Assembly. And we only have a chance to debate it when it comes to division of revenue and also on the CARA. But what has happened, we have seen a don't care attitude where money has been borrowed and has been spent recklessly on projects that are actually border on fathom lines. Most of the major projects have excluded the counties that we come from. I don't see any projects, for instance, in both Kisii and Nyamira County, that you can say this is a flagship project that we can carry home. If I speak politics, that will be the reality of the matter from this side. I'll be agitating for a position. It has come to a time when this must fall. Let me remind my dear Senate colleagues, through experience, a country goes through a crisis. We have had very many social crises in this country. And sometimes these social crises end up in a revolution. I'm not advocating for one. Countries go through political crises, and we have had such crises during the multi-party era, 1992, Clause 2A. It took Kenyans to come together and resolve that crisis. We had a crisis 2007. Again, it took Kenyans to come together to be able to find a solution to this problem. We had another crisis in 2017. It took a crisis of a handshake to be able to resolve this matter. Otherwise, this country would have burnt. This country would be on a deathbed. But because of the interests of a nation, the nation of Kenya, the Republic of Kenya, one has got to decide how to handle such crises that come before this House. One such crisis is the economic crisis. That's the third element I wanted to bring out. When there was a meltdown in the United States of America, it took both houses to come together. It took the presidency, the executive, to come together and resolve the meltdown issues in the United States of America. Obviously, we have a crisis in this country. The rate of unemployment has gone beyond the levels we had never anticipated. Per capita income is a sorry state. It's a sordid state when you look at it. When you look at the small-scale industries, the informal sector, and I had the opportunity to be able to ginger up the so-called informal sector when I was the Minister for Technical Training and Applied Technology, and the respectable name today of Juakali. Mr. Speaker, I vividly recall that when the Bretton Woods institutions, IMF, World Bank, put a clampdown on any further borrowing from Kenya, by Kenyan government, in these institutions, we were unable to borrow from any other institutions internationally because the Bretton Woods institutions had already put a clamp on Kenya. Therefore, we became almost a banana state. What kept the economy moving is the informal sector, the so-called Juakali. And it happened the time when I was there as the minister. That gave birth to the vocational training and technical training institutes. 40%, if you take the survey, if you do the economic survey, 40% of the jobs were being created by the small-scale industries, the informal sector, the Juakali sector. And therefore, the unemployment crisis did not come out at that time. The borrowing, of course, the bank rates went up because the people who are managing the banks were the capitalists. And therefore, the small-scale investor had no access to credit. Today, what do we have? It is the banks that are borrowing from government. What have they done? They have crowded out the so-called small-scale enterprises, and they are not in business. Consequently, the job opportunities that would have been buttressed by this informal sector, by this Juakari sector is not possible. And that's why you see a rise in unemployment near a social crisis, and that social crisis can only end in things which are unfathomed at this stage. So we must recognize as a nation, as a country, that we are leading towards a social crisis. While at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we must recognize that this nation is leading towards a total shutdown if we continue at the rate in which we are continuing. I don't want to go to the merits and demerits, who is right and who is wrong. I could have easily taken political capital out of this crisis. But good sense of citizenry tells me that would be a cowardly approach when you are faced with a gigantic element of issues that involve your own nation, the survival of your own nation. What happens if this nation, if today as Senate, we vote no to this motion? It will be status quo. What is that status quo? Unemployment will continue soaring. What is that status quo? That the debt crisis will continue rising. And therefore, those that we have borrowed money from will come for their money. And once they come for their money, the revenue streams, taxation measures will also be cut down. Because people don't have money to pay. The economy will collapse. So what we become? We become a failure state, we become a banana state, and therefore it will take another 100 years to be able to re-engineer this country to normalcy. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I stand here and I say this, that what is foremost is not, I've had arguments raised, or the devolution will suffer. But devolution has already suffered. And it can only continue suffering if there are no remedial actions taken. It has suffered because it took us almost 3-4 weeks arguing about the dollar money, and we only got a nominal increase from 310 to 316 billion Kenya shillings to go to the counties. One thing I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, and plead with the senators here today, that we can come here and stand heroic, we can please our constituencies, our counties by saying, I say no to this motion before this House. But please remember, when you do so, you are driving this nation further and further to the bottomless pit. Mistakes have been made, and we must accept when the government comes with the bended knees and saying, we made mistakes, we want to make amends. This is what we have done. That explanation by government, by National Treasury, must be acceptable. We cannot just brush it away because of our politics. And I've seen another trend here, which is not comfortable, Mr. Speaker, and it makes me worry that when it comes to issues of a national nature, we're now reducing them to party issues. These are not party issues. You're talking about the nation of Kenya, the survival of this nation. You're talking about the characteristics of this nation. Just like we talk vehemently about the borders of this nation. When there's an aggression from outside, we feel threatened and we talk in one voice in unison. Similarly, we now feel economically threatened as a nation. That the only way we can redeem ourselves is to be able to accept the proposal before this House. And the proposal is that I would have initially, if I were to go on a party lines, I would have taken a very, very strong stand in opposing this motion. But considering the interest of this nation and what this nation stands to lose and what we have invested in this nation, we have invested in people, we have invested in infrastructure, where we have borrowed money, we have invested in education, we have invested in agriculture, and I don't see any chance of revival of all these important sectors unless we recollect and find out how we can heal this debacle that has beset before us today in this House of Senate. The only suggestion I was going to make, Mr. Speaker, that even when we say yes to this motion, Treasury should come before this House, now that they know that we matter as a Senate in the issues of public debt, that they should not always only depend on the National Assembly to be able to pass the money bills and see as if they are satisfied with those because they are now run into a crisis. What I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that they come back, once we have given this okay, that they come back and tell us how the schedules of borrowing are going to benefit this country in the whole country rather than in one segment of the country. I think that is a cry. Even those who are opposing it, one of their worries is, where is my county factored without this, with this additional borrowing? And again, it makes sense, Mr. Speaker, that when you have expensive loans, commercial loans, the only sensible way of doing business is to restructure those loans. Even those of us who have loan banks, when we've run into difficulties of repayments, we go back for restructuring. And I heard somebody saying earlier on that IMF and World Bank are not involved in restructuring. Of course they are involved in restructuring. In fact, the first thing that the World Bank and IMF do when they go to a country, when they assess the viability, the economic viability of a nation, they will say, would you like to have your loans restructured in a manner which is sustainable? That's why we have sustainability conferences in the United Nations of America, of United Nations. The sustainable fit for human use and consumption. We cannot run away from restructuring. It's part of the story of the world economy. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead. I was going to vote no, but I want to plead in the interest of this nation, in the interest that I know this nation has the capacity and the capability in the new dispensation that we have seen today of reawakening its economy to a much higher level than what we are seeing today, that will give them yet another chance. We shall have an occasion again to debate on this public debt. This is not the first and the last. They will come back again to give us a scorecard on how this money has been utilized. We will be able to assess through the programs and projects that have been carried out through this borrowed money, how they have benefited the people and the society. And if they have not benefited the people and the society, then we should be able to take a decisive decision on which way to go. For now, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead for those protagonists who are saying no to come with me in the interest of this nation and say yes. I say yes to this motion, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Faria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from onset, I want to state that I support this motion. The amendment of this regulation. Mr. Speaker, and these are my reasons, Mr. Speaker. We are in a catch-22 situation whereby I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. So we are already in a hole. And this House has two options: to allow the country to sink into a hole now, or to pass this regulation, extend the ceiling, and let us have some money to restructure the expensive debt and to stop internal borrowing. Mr. Speaker, okay, the internal borrowing has been touched by many senators, Mr. Speaker, while contributing. But I want to shed more light from the impact that it has. Mr. Speaker, you have noticed that when the interest rates were capped, Mr. Speaker, you have noticed the banks stopped lending to small-scale, business people and small entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, however, that did not stop the banks from reporting very high profits quarter in, quarter out. You know why? Because they were busy lending to the government, while the normal, the small entrepreneur who would have created jobs, who would have created the profits that the government would have gotten its taxes from, and that way, who would have grown the economy, were denied cash flow because government was borrowing from the economy. Mr. Speaker, if the new cabinet secretary found himself in a catch-22 situation, whereby he found a problem, and in my native language we say, if you are found, the warlords kill the people whom they find in the village. They never look for the one who left. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a cabinet secretary who found a mess, but he's there now. What can he do about it? Mr. Speaker, and if he's suggesting that let us clear the expensive loan and get a concessional loans that are cheaper for this country, Mr. Speaker, and I support him, because let us allow people to think beyond the boxes and ensure that they get money to fix the problem that they have. Because even if let me even give you an example, Mr. Speaker. If you borrowed money and you cleared an old debt, and then you are left with a concessional loan, then your debt has literally not increased. You've just taken one loan and given, but at the end of the day, your costs are lower, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, when I sit in the Finance Committee, and I'm sure most of my members were wondering, given my stand on issues, why is it that I'm supporting this regulation, Mr. Speaker? Because for our economy to grow, we need businesses to flow to the local entrepreneur. And unless government stops borrowing from local market, if we don't pass this regulation, government will continue borrowing from the local market, which means the small investors will be denied cash. Mr. Speaker, we are already in a hole, and we need to get out of it. What is the best way? Mr. Speaker, the core problem of this country, Mr. Speaker, is in a dragon, an animal called corruption, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you an example of the impact the corruption has. Mr. Speaker, we are being told now we have a 6 trillion debt. And we are also being told, this is not confirmed, but there is a discussion that every year this country loses a third of its budget through corruption. Mr. Speaker, currently, 2019-2020 budget, our budget is over 3 trillion. Mr. Speaker, if we can save 1 trillion every year from savings of corruption, we can actually offset at least our principal debt in the next 6 years. Mr. Speaker, why are people not looking at that opportunity, Mr. Speaker? That is what I don't understand. We have an opportunity. Senator Orengo has said that nobody is providing a solution. I am providing a solution that will clear our debt. Because, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are hardworking people. So if we save 1 trillion in a year, we will clear all our debt, the current debt, within the next 6 years, and then hopefully, then, and then because of the gains that we'll have realized from the development of infrastructure that we have used our loans with, we can start reaping the benefit of that loan, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the animal in the House that will make only the debt not unsustainable, but our economy unsustainable, an increase of poverty, decrease of employment, and in the end, all services will shut down if we do not tame this animal called corruption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is around what the Treasury told us is that we have to be accountable to the common mwananchi, and they need absolute figures. Because when we say a percentage of the GDP, it's only the experts who can understand. But if you tell the layman that it is 9 trillion and you surpass that, then they know you have preached. But sometimes some of these parameters keeps on changing, because one of the questions I asked Treasury last time we had a meeting with them was, you are saying that our GDP is growing. Why is the revenue not growing in tandem with the revenue? The GDP is supposed to grow in tandem with the revenue. It's not. What is happening? So either somebody is messing around with the parameters, economic parameters, or the money is not going to the ground. So there is a mishap that needed to be cured. So if this is curing that, Mr. Speaker, so be it. But Mr. Speaker, for me, I do not recommend an absolute figure. What I recommend, and I'm giving part of the giving solution, is use the GDP because it determines your ability to pay. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we need to have an absolute figure that is informed by the GDP that exists, so that that cures both issues. You have an absolute figure, but that absolute figure must be informed by the growth of the economy, because your ability to pay is determined by that. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to mention about EAC treaty, but since it's been dwelt on, I'm not going to get engaged in terms of continuing. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is that part of the reasons why we go into debt, part of the reason why our economy is not doing well, is we don't tap the resources that we have properly. Let me give you an example. In this country, we have a lot of opportunity for clean energy, including sun, that some places like where I come from, God has given in abundance. And that is a safe energy that is so cheap that we have failed to tap. Part of the reasons why manufacturing is not growing in this country is because electricity is expensive. So manufacturers, their overhead cost is higher. And because of that, we are not expanding our ability to manufacture, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if like, for example, Wajir, like 3/4 of the year we have sun, can you imagine if you tapped all that sun and included that in the grid of this country, where will we be? Our electricity will be so cheap, not only because of free energy, but because of also, our ability later to use less fuel, and also there is some money you get compensated for using green energy in terms of the world, in terms of pollution and all that. So we would have also tapped on to that one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is that National Assembly passed a budget with 635 billion deficit. Mr. Speaker, by passing that, they have actually authorized the Cabinet Secretary for Finance to borrow. Because if you have a hole, and I asked this question to Treasury, but unfortunately, we don't have opportunity to check the numbers in this House. This would have come out at the time of, budget debate. So more the reasons why this House should discuss budget so that some of these issues can be unpackaged and Kenyans can see that there is already a hole by the time the budget for this country for 2019-2020 was being passed, Mr. Speaker. And then at that time even also, the 50.7%, so it was almost 1% above. So someone should have asked those questions at that time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other reason I see, if we don't pass this regulation, is the risk of projects that have already started not being finished. So that means we would have sunk this country deeper into problems, because if you don't finish a project, then the rate of return of that project is lower, so which means you would have lost anyway. So, Mr. Speaker, for that reason I support. Mr. Speaker, this House Mr. Speaker, the other reason why I support this regulation is that Kenya is independent for 56 years. And we are supposed to be becoming a middle-income country. Mr. Speaker, for 56 years, every time it rains, Wajir County is cut off from the rest of the country, and Mandera. And those are the only two counties that are not linked to the headquarters of this country. And they are cut off every time it rains. And they have a perennial problem where food shortage is cut, business is cut, everything depends on road network, as you are aware. Mr. Speaker, because part of the projects that is being proposed in this budget includes the road from Modogashe to Wajir, for that reason I support, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have an unique opportunity to crash this economy or restructure our debt and support this regulation so that we give this country a lease of life. And I support Senator Orengo in that we are very unpatriotic if we allow the economy, one of the most vibrant economy in this region, to crash as we watch. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Thank you. Senator Pareno.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make my contribution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I sat as the Committee on Delegated Legislation considered this matter as a member of that committee. And Mr. Speaker, if I had, which I think I had the CS Treasury well, and his team, Mr. Speaker, the message from Uhuru Attorney to the committee was so clear that he found a mess in the Treasury, or he found financial problems within the Treasury. And Mr. Speaker, if I got him right, he actually was pleading with the committee to understand the situation of the finances in this country and the economy in this country. And his message was clear that actually the economy of this country is on its knees. The message that I got from him was that we are closing shop if we don't. The message I had from his team, Mr. Speaker, is that rejection of this ceiling would be almost an economic shutdown in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to me it is a tricky situation that we need to carefully consider as senators, because the situation as presented to us by the CS and his team is that we are doomed if we don't. We are doomed if we do. So for me, I looked at it this way. which is the lesser evil, or which is the less doom for us? Is it to not raise the ceiling and then we might have some economic crisis in this country? Or is it raising the ceiling and giving a lease of life for them to be able to reinvent and look at the systems? Mr. Speaker, the great concern then was, for me, that if we allow them to borrow more and then we get the money misused as usual, in fact, the concern now is for us to be able to cross-check that whatever money that is borrowed is going to be used in a prudent manner, and that we check on the corruption that is in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is a shame that we are in this situation, that we are borrowing day in, day out, not because this country is lacking in resources, not because this country is so bad that we cannot have a sound economic system, Mr. Speaker. But we are crying day in, day out, borrowing in day in, day out, just because of the corruption that we have in this country. And if I had the CS, well, in fact, they presented to the committee and said that we are working on cleaning the systems. We are working to ensure that we use the money prudently. We are working to ensure that we have a sound economic system, Mr. Speaker. So when I considered the options, I decided personally to choose the lesser evil. Both are evils because we are in trouble. But the lesser evil is for us to allow this ceiling to go to what the Treasury thinks is going to help us as a country. Mr. Speaker, they also presented to the committee a list of projects which has been referred to severally by members as they were contributing, of the ongoing projects and fresh projects that will stall if these ceilings are not raised, Mr. Speaker. These projects are partner funded, but the partners will not give more because we have already bypassed the ceiling that is allowed. So, Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, I felt that we needed to consider, save this country, not say because we are in trouble, let us get into further trouble, but by allowing the team, the CS Uhuru and his team, to take us through their promise that they are going to ensure that things are right within the Treasury, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what has eaten into this country is nothing but corruption. If only we can deal with corruption, then all the rest of the things will follow suit. So, Mr. Speaker, I do support that we raise this ceiling, not because of wanting to let them eat more into the economy, but giving them a chance to prove that we can do things right this time, Mr. Speaker. It is also worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that ISPAC was represented, and they actually said that to them, having analyzed all that has been presented, they also did not object to this ceiling being raised. So, Mr. Speaker, we are many that think that this country needs to be rescued, and if this is what will cost us, or if this is what it will call for us to be able to have a sound system, Mr. Speaker, then so be it, Mr. Speaker. I do support, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Mover. Vice Chairperson, Senator Faria. Time to reply. Order, Majority Leader, you Order. You are not on record.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that my chairman is here, so I let him reply.
Very well, Senator Pogisho.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to reply. I beg to reply. Speaker, this has been a good moment for members of this Senate to speak up to ventilate on the issue of national debt. The regulation has sought to amend Regulation 26(1)(c) of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations of 2015, provide a legal notice. We have agreed as a committee, Mr. Speaker, that members of the Senate do support and pass the regulation, and we've requested members to vote to support. However, Mr. Speaker, members have had a chance to contribute in order to show their dissatisfaction, some of them, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of debt. Mr. Speaker, I just wish to note that when settled with this matter, the Senate should take its rightful place as Speaker and make sure that future debt is in accordance with certain laws and conditionalities. And that I hope, Mr. Speaker, that we'll move in that direction together to make sure that this country does not continue to grow in appetite for debt, but that, Mr. Speaker, debt can be used to develop the country. So, Speaker, with those few remarks, let me just thank every member who has contributed, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to agreeing with the committee, that members will agree. So, pursuant to Standing Order 61.3, Speaker, I beg to ask the Speaker to defer putting the question to a later date. With those few remarks, Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you. Sorry. I beg to reply, Speaker. So.
Order. Order.
Oh, yes.
Have you applied for deferral?
Yes.
Very well. I direct that division be conducted tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. This is a matter that requires voting by delegation. Order, members. Honorable Senators, having concluded debate on order number 8, as earlier resolved, it is now time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 6 November 2019 at 2:30 p.m.